All right. Welcome to Lady Lacey Show, everybody. I think I'm just gonna hold it down today because Satisfaction, welcome. That's good. I like y'all don't know this, but I did the grunge scene for a very long time. So you will be hearing grunge music on this channel. Homemade, and original. And hey, Jay Craft, welcome. I like your emojis. All right, back to the music. I'll be back in 10 minutes, guys. And I'm really just running the channel. We're doing some Mac stuff. I gotta turn that back up. What are the very foreign? Why aren't we ready? While the war flows over now. Obey. Good for. Obey. Good for. Why am I the only one looking? Why am I the only one talking? Why am I the only one standing? While the war flows over you. Obey. Good for. Obey. Good for. Why am I the only one looking? Why am I the only one standing? Why am I the only one talking? Good for. Obey.
We've been planning this for years.
A lot of people don't like it, but it's, it was my thing. It wasn't everybody's thing. There's a certain group of us. Early to
think you're pretty, not on the inside. Think you're pretty, not on the inside. Think you're better, you probably are. You think you're better, you probably are. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head, burn it. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head, burn it. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head, burn it. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head, burn it. You think you're hot? You totally not. You think you're hot? You totally not. You're so conceited. Yes, you are. You're so conceited. Yes, you are. I will beat on Demon Slayer. I will slay the slayers. I will beat on Demon Slayer. I will slay the slayers. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head, burn it. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head, burn it. Not on the inside. Think you're pretty. Not on the inside. Think you're better. You probably are.
I think the wildest thing
Think
like
you're
some
better.
balls.
You probably
Why-
are. I will be the demon slayer. I will slay the slayers. I will be the demon slayer. I will slay the slayers. Then she doesn't drink me dry. I'll be behind while she lies. Then she doesn't drink me dry. I'll be behind while she lies. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it.
Burn it. Okay. All right. So here we go. Here is Max. Can y'all see this? I don't do anything. Okay, y'all can see this. All right, so here's Mac's GoFundMe page. And let's watch the little video.
All right. So, I assume that everybody here knows why you're here. If not, why are you here? Oh, dear. I just barely made it back in time to get my clothes off. So we have that going for us, which is nice. Went out to a little bit of brunch with my lovely bride after this morning's stream. And got a call from... Okay. Now I can wait. I think I'm going to be able to hear you now. Talk to me, my friend.
It has changed to
It's perfect.
React True Vision ID.
It's perfect right now.
Video. How do I change?
All right. Let's see if I can do. Except for I've got the delay. All right. So we can see you now, Mac, but I can't hear you. So if you've got the tab open for the show, close that.
Oh, communication device. Is that better?
I can hear you well now. Yep.
Is that
No. And as soon as you did something with your earpiece. Perfect. Perfect. All right.
So I went by an event, and then I said I want to speak about my experience getting this quarantine ticket and inspire people, like let them know this is not acceptable, and just give my experience on that. And and the next evening, so Monday night, I was coming home, and I got the cops were waiting for me, and then they arrested me.
Well, that was certainly exciting, I'm sure.
It was at first the cops were waiting there, and I'm like, 10% of me thought, are they going to arrest me? But I go, no, they want to give me another ticket. So I was like, fuck, I got to deal with this. So I kind of drove past them, opened the gate, and waited for the gate to lift up, and they're screaming at me, whatever, back in par, and I drive in under the gate. I wanted to be in my underground, and then they came in beside the car, surrounded the car, and he was like, you're under arrest, get out of the car. And I said, who the fuck are you? And he said, whatever, Constable Hildebrand or something like that. And he says, you're under arrest. I go, for what? What crime did I commit? He goes, you're under arrest. Get out of the car. And I said, well, you know what? I'm not getting out of my car. I'm going to go park my car. He goes, no, you need to get out. I go, I'm not letting you tow my car. And he's like, where's your parking spot? And I told him it's just 100 feet away. there's only one entrance into the parkade. I thought thought maybe I'd jump out of my car and try to run away. So I went and parked my car, and they were waiting for me to get out of the car. I was trying to fiddle with my camera, get the recording going, and I thought I had it going. I stepped out of the car. I've got this a used new phone that I bought, and as I put the camera down on my roof, it turned off. So as I tried to restart it, I couldn't get it to start, and it kept falling. And they said, "Okay, enough of that," and they just grabbed my arms and handcuffed me.
Wow. So aggressively then.
It was without any consideration. I'm not a criminal. I don't have any weapons. All I'm doing is fiddling with my phone. So these people have no common sense, no courtesy. They just consider someone. They don't consider what they're doing and why they're doing it and why they're making this arrest. I don't know what their training tells them. Always, the 1 out of 10,000 or 5,000 people that are going to try to do something violent or escape. They're always treating everybody like that person. That that's going to happen. They have no common sense to be like 99.9% of the time. People know that the cops are going to be brutal with them and tase them or mace them or hit them with a baton. So people are going to comply, but they just can't stand there for 5 seconds. They got to have us in cuffs because that's probably their training. Get them in cuffs, get them in cuffs. And they have no consideration for who they're dealing with as being a human being, So it was a little bit aggressive. And as he's twisting my arm, and then the cuff went too tight and it started hurting, I'm like, I start screaming because it's hitting my bone here.
Yeah.
And then he goes, okay, hold still. And then they always try to blame me, which I didn't do anything. I'm not resisting. He's got my arms and he's controlling them, and I'm just limp. And then he's blaming me that I'm trying to resist.
Yeah.
These guys are messed in the head. But he was nice enough to finally take off the cuff, and I'm totally relaxed. And then he finally put it on a little bit looser.
Well, one of the things that we've seen for sure here in the U.S., and I'm sure it's not that much different in Canada, is that they have been over the last 4 decades or so teaching them in military techniques and style. And of course, when you are, a member of the military, everyone you see is your enemy, and so they treat everybody as the enemy. And again, I'm certainly glad that you're at least physically okay, because here in the U.S., depending on where you were at, it might have had a much different outcome.
Yeah, it really depends on the cops. There's like 15 to 20% of them that just want to get violent right away. I don't know what kind of rage is going through their head, what kind of power trip, and what kind of righteous mentality, like false righteous mentality, is going through their minds. But yeah, they go 0 to 1,000 pretty quick, some of these guys.
Yeah, they do. And of course, I having worked a number of years ago,
I just realized I got 10 new subscribers, and I'd like to thank Zoom Truth for that and me being on his show today. He already deleted it, but we should do that again. I love you. Love you, Zoom Truth. You're awesome.
With the law enforcement community. I was a counselor for drug abuse and anger management. Many of the people were adjudicated by the state. And one of the things you find out is about the mentality. So I was working in California at the time. And one of the things is that the psychology profile of the police is almost identical to that of criminals. They have much of the same mentality. They believe that they're above the law. Many of them they go in because they are bullies. They have a kind of mentality that they want to control others. They have very little personal control and very low self-esteem.
And I really, really want to thank y'all for giving Mac at least $1,000. That makes us look so much better to his friends and family that don't have anything to do with us. It makes us look better, and I really hope he reaches his goal of $5,000. That's important.
And so they need this in order to control others. And one of the things that was just terrifying to me, and of course this was in 2002, something like that, that the average, because they have a limit, an IQ limit, they take a test in law enforcement in California, and it doesn't matter what department you work for, they have different levels, but the maximum IQ was 105, and they won't let anybody above that work for them. And of course, their official excuse is that that it's boring work, and of course, they would get bored. But easily, you can see that what they want is just order followers. And so, at that time, and this was in 2002, the average IQ of law enforcement, all of them, sheriff's department and state patrol and local police, was 86. I mean, that's barely functional.
Well, yeah, because everybody thinks like the police. When I went into the police station last year, I had to get my chauffeur license, and that they got the post, the best of the best, join a great team, all of this. So it's all this propaganda and marketing that we're only gonna pick the best and come. That's who we have as a police. But it's well known now that they have multiple tests, essays. They ask the same questions over and over. They got to go through 4 or 5 tests, as far as I know, and then several rounds of interviews before they get hired. And all that is to let the cream show itself, get rid of them,
That's
and
right.
they're left at the bottom of the barrel. And that's who they hire. And my interactions with law enforcement the last 20 years has been that. What I remember back in the 90s, I'd still, the cops were pretty nice. They had conversation. They would give warnings. They would not go right away. Give me your license. Give me your ID. Give you a ticket and be on your way, and look to be violent. That's where the training's taken them. These idiots can't even say hi anymore. Every time I get pulled over, they don't answer any questions.
If I see anybody donate in this process, I will call. I will announce you. I just realized that.
Justice, and you need to be assaulted
Yep.
and battered and then thrown in a jail cell.
Yeah, they make stuff up all the time. I've had several interactions where they take any if you even ask them questions, they consider it resistance, and so they believe that it gives them the right to immediately cease your civil liberties, and that's nonsense, and it's not lawful. But most people are cowed into it, and so knowing your rights and knowing what the legalities are, it can help. But again, many times if you take any kind of confrontational attitude, again, you're literally risking your life because they're more than willing to use lethal force because they believe they can do so with impunity, and rightly so, because they back their own, right? They back the blue. That's the thin blue line, and they again, the whole point of this, guys, is not to be cop bashing, but again, I've been around them enough and to know that institutionally, what they are doing is morally wrong. There are, a few decent guys in there, but again, the idea that it's one bad apple here and there. Keep in mind, the entire phrase is "one bad apple spoils the whole bushel." And if any of them were really good, they would be pointing out the other ones who are not, and this whole thing would be over. So all of them eventually become part of the system, and the system itself is corrupt. So,
Well, yeah, I think that a lot of people still don't want to be bashful of cops. I'm saying now is the time to be bashful, because we need to be. We can't make excuses for them anymore, because that is the front line of the New World Order, or whatever you want to call it, the agenda that they're going to carry out. These guys are going to do it, and they're not thinking. And I experienced that.
Yep.
When they're arresting me, they weren't concerned, is somebody at home? Do you have a child at home alone? Are you taking care of an elderly person? Do you have any pets? None of this goes through their head. They want to put me in jail for the night. I could have a young child here. I could have a young baby here. They have no idea of that and what the circumstances. They have no humanity left. Looking into these guys' eyes, they're dumber than fucking bricks.
Yeah.
They have. I will say this because we're different. I don't think these guys have any soul inside of them, and especially because I've had a lot of experience with them. Now, if you meet a cop, let's just say you go down to an event and there's some cops there, or they set up their tent a little bit about the police department, they're going to give you good customer service and they seem like nice people. But when you actually have an interaction with them, that's when the test of their color comes through, and the true nature of how these people behave.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. You can meet a friend and meet somebody, a coworker, or go to a party. Oh, that's my friend, or, my husband, or whatever. They work for the police, and you'll think that guy's a great guy. As soon as that uniform comes on and they got the badge and the gun and all that, there's not even a semblance of a great guy. You would be mistaken to think they're great guys, and that's my experience the last 20 years, dozens of interactions with the police.
I absolutely agree. And, to the idea that they weed out anybody that's decent. A cousin of mine was in the Air Force, and he became an MP in the Air Force. And so he thought he would go into law enforcement when he got out. They kicked him out basically, halfway through police academy because he had too high of moral values. He was unwilling to follow orders to do things that were immoral. And so they kicked him out and just said that he was insubordinate. And he's like, what are you talking about? They had at least trained him, even in the military, right? He knew about not following illegal orders, and the military is just about as bad as you get, when it turns into turning people into killers and not thinking, right, to follow orders under any circumstances. He at least had the cognition to say, no, these are immoral orders. You can't do that. And when they come to the ethics part, now he got kicked right out.
Yeah, no compassion. I think they weed out any compassion for these people, for another living man or woman. They just weed it out. As soon as you stop someone, they're not human anymore, and you have all power, authority over them. I just saw a video on CrimeBods last night out of the UK. This guy was a complete tyrant. 20 years on the force, just a complete lying sack of shit.
Don't give up on me.
Yeah. And, certainly, again, this is what we see here over and over. And again, with the training they're getting now and taught to be treat anybody as an enemy, certainly in the press. And we see, I have seen from, again, in the U.S., from the FBI, they're categorizing people like us, people in the truth movement, as potential terrorists. And so this certainly works its way into the local police departments. And so they have been taught, again, in the United States, to consider anyone, for example, who has a pocket version of the U.S. Constitution as an immediate terrorist threat. For having a copy of the Constitution, right, that makes you a threat.
What goes through these people's minds? Like, how can you construe somebody having the Constitution of the land for the people that apparently down there you guys take an oath to, the cops take an oath
to protect it?
To protect it. How can you then go and take orders and be so easily manipulated and brainwashing to believe that person is a domestic terrorist, that man or woman? I got to stop saying person, but.
Yeah, no, I get it, but yeah, they do. They believe what they're told, and of course, they once you're in a group like that, like any other. I mean, there's some basic psychology that goes into this, and you're aware of this. I know, right? Is that we all want to be part of something larger, and they break up the nuclear family, and so people look for something larger outside of themselves. I mean, we're doing it right now. We have our family here, right? So you have become an extended family. Like again, we haven't spent much time together at all. We just first time met at Flattoberfest. But as soon as I heard you were in trouble, I'm like, fuck this, man. We got to take care of this guy. There's no way I'm going to sit here and not help this guy, right? It's like we don't leave people on the battlefield. That's not, and I'm all big on thoughts and prayers, and we prayed for you, but that's not enough, right? So we're going to stand up and take care of you.
And what I want to say is, like, I'm getting a lot of calls today. I've been on the phone, just messages. I've got my brother calling me, and we can't let this die and fizzle, because I thought about that in jail. And I was like, what am I doing here? I was saying on Brian's show yesterday, I've been blessed. I went on a road trip to meet other truthers and a longtime subscribers a month and a half ago. And people pitched in for my gas, and I just felt great. It was like a great 12 days away, all my problems gone. I met along the way a bunch of people. It was just like I was in a bubble. I come back, life hits me. People are like, you need to go to Flattoberfest, and they help get me there. I'm blessed to get there. I had an amazing time. I think people have heard or seen my emotional breakdown. I was overjoyed with the amount of love and support and happiness. I couldn't stop crying, I think, for like half an hour. I don't even know how long it was. And then I came back, and other than dealing with the airport, the airlines, and seeing nothing but zombies in the airport, I felt good. I came back. The sun is shining here. I feel ready to tackle the world. I get a ticket. It's always a little jab here, a little jab there. But I go, I can handle this. I filed the paperwork on that. They're going to keep coming back on me. They don't get the point. Hey, I put you on notice. Huh? Cops are here? Okay. Did they show up today? No, not yet. So I'm feeling good. And then all of a sudden that night, when the cops are waiting there, and then I wound up in jail, Just like that. And like we're just talking about interactions with the police where they won't answer questions. You're looking at them. I go, have I committed a crime? Have I committed a crime? And then they start ignoring me, and they think what they have to say is more importantly. You're a piece of shit. I don't need to answer your questions. You're charged with the Quarantine Act. Have I committed a crime? Is there a victim?
There it is. Thank you, Isaiah. Yeah, kick butt. Yeah, guys, if I don't see it, just let me know and I'll refresh and I'll see it. Good job. We got $50 for Mag today. See?
I wound up in
not
jail.
A wasted day.
Just like that. And like we're just talking about interactions with the police where they won't answer questions. You're looking at them. I go, have I committed a crime? Have I committed a crime? And then they start ignoring me, and they think what they have to say is more importantly. You're a piece of shit. I don't need to answer your questions. You're charged with the Quarantine Act. Have I committed a crime? Is there a victim? They won't answer that. And as I'm in jail that whole day, and then they sleep deprive you. They wake me up in the middle of the night to try to get me to join there with them. And in this document, I just saw the page. I gave him my name in jail under duress. But guess what? The cop left that out in here. He said he gave his name and his birthday. How about just before that when I said I'm going to provide it under duress? Anyways, as I'm in jail, as they transfer me to the bigger jail, and I'm thinking, where's God? Like, why am I here? And why is there just evil? I can see Satan. But then I started thinking, maybe God wants me to see this. Because I was going to come out and make a video called sorry against everybody in the chat and the truth community that we all think everything's lovey-dovey. It's like Satan showed me his hand. He's playing with the straight flush while the truthers think they're good with the three of a kind. And that's what I saw my time in jail. And how was I going to finish that? Oh, my coffee. Felix is here with my coffee. Oh, give me a hug.
Hey.
Say hi to everybody. Okay.
Hey.
Baldini, saying hi to you.
Hey, Felix. Hey, great to see you, my friend. It's not my coffee, though.
No, it's my coffee.
I know, right?
It's a good tasting McDonald's coffee.
But you're going right down the alley that I wanted to go to, Mac, which is it seems from everything I can tell from the multiple hit pieces that I saw in the media as well as what's happening, that they intend to try to make an example of you. And this is the reason I jumped on board, which is to say, if they're going to make an example of you, so are we, right? We're going to show them that we do not back down, and we're going to support you. And but I will say again, I was going to ask what your plans are, because it is totally up to you. And so again, I just kind of raised the flag and started taking some donations, and I sent some to Dawn yesterday, and I just sent some to you now. So hopefully
I got some email. Yeah. Oh, what I was going to finish, you reminded me is, so what is this all about? As I'm sitting there and I go, maybe I was meant to see this. And it's like Satan's got a straight flush and we're delusional, thinking we're winning and go slow and our three of a kind's going to beat this. No, he's got a straight flush. Sure, he doesn't have, I have to believe that he doesn't have the royal flush, because then we have a chance, right? But the whole point of this is like, and I was thinking last night, I couldn't sleep. I'm getting all the emails and the messages and today, and people want to help me. And this fell through when this happened to me 7 months ago with my yoga studio, where I didn't have the energy and I was overwhelmed and it was all new to me. I think that was a prepping right now, because right now my life has to be about this and only this. And I don't want to sound like, oh, I'm up here or anything, but people are telling me that, and there's ready to support. So one thing is, all that support is great, but we got to make sure we don't fizzle and we don't scatter the energy. There's going to be other things happening.
Yeah, see, I just told Mac about your $50. He's real happy. Thank you.
Here to expose the greater thing, because as humans, we get busy, we got kids, we got this, and we get distracted. So that focus starts getting separated, and then it loses its intention. So I think this is all about just staying within and not letting anybody distract us. And let's go for the jugular right now with this and expose it all.
I agree.
So
and this seems, Yeah, it
Right.
seems like if you're willing to be a test case, again, we're ready to rally behind you. So again, I was going to leave that as I told Brian and Karen, the other day. Insofar as I'm concerned, again, what we give you is a gift, and you can do with it what you please, and it's totally up to you because there's no expectations. It's as soon as we pass it off to you, which has already been done. So you should have that in your PayPal right now.
I just got the email. Thank you so much. Is that from everybody? That's
Yeah.
1,000, or is that from? Oh wow.
So it's kind of we sent 150 to Dawn yesterday. There's 1,000,
that.
and then there's a couple of things still like kind of trickling in. There's some for Sue. I got to sort that out, but I know for sure this is for you. So, and I know a little bit of mine in there as well. So, so I gotta get you the list together of what everybody did, so you can say thanks to them as well, because I know you'll want to do that.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. And I was talking to some family members, and my brother called me up, and they're all like, "Why you do it? But do it smarter, and worry about yourself, and worry about your family, or worry about your daughter." But they don't see I'm doing it all for that reason. And that's how it has to be done, because if we just put our nose to the grindstone, put our head and our eyes down and go along with our life, we're forgetful what's happening on the big picture. So that's why. And then they're like, well, what are you going to do? You lost your business. I go, but you know what? Right now, the community is there and they want to support me, and they want to, send some finances as well. And that'll help feed me and pay some bills so I can attack this.
Absolutely.
It doesn't necessarily have to go to lawyer bills.
Nope.
Because I'm going to try not to do that for lawyer bills. But okay, look, do you think I can ever get a job again after what the media has done to me the last 7 months? Like any kind of decent job or even starting a business? We'll see. This has to be beaten for I think me to stand any chance. And I think about that all the time, because people are like, go get a job. And I'm like, I'm getting recognized on the streets. And now this, I think, has made it even more exponential. And there's a lot of hatred outside of this community. So to go forward, basic needs have to be met, like bills and such.
Agreed.
And you guys are so awesome for doing that. And I told my brother that, and then he was like, oh, okay, I see your point. But they can't fathom why I have to be the tip of the spear. I didn't choose to be the tip of the spear. I'm just doing what I feel is right.
Well,
honestly,
I think maybe you may not have chosen it, but maybe Dad did. You seem like you have the personality and the temerity for it. If you're willing to, again, this is what I said before, and I'll say it again. While I put up the fund as your legal defense fund, it was really just to support you. And again, I said over and over, I don't care if you went out and bought a bag of weed and some booze, just to calm down, and said, fuck it. I don't care, right? Because once it's yours, you get to choose what you want to do. But on the other hand, if you are willing to, it does seem again like it may be a test case. It's the first one that I've seen that they're really trying to go after in terms of the Quarantine Act, right? So it may be an opportunity to make some inroads. I have very little faith in the legal system because it's not a justice system, it's a legal system. But it might be an opportunity, at least in the court of public opinion, to have people see what they're willing to do to someone who's simply speaking truth.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So
I don't know which direction I'm going to take it, but all I know is we got to keep the fire. Who cares if it's out in the public? Who cares if there's a lot of negative comments? We got to go attack these guys, and all the support, like on the Facebook, on the CBC articles and other hit pieces on their Facebook pages. All these guys here, a lot of them that have Facebook are in there just going toe to toe with these COVIDians, these statists, right? So, and that's what we need. Keep that intensity. Let's not let it stop with another distraction. And I'm not the only one. I just got an emails or a link sent to me of a lady that got kicked off. She told them she'd been raped in the past. She has PTSD. She has a doctor's note. And they said, no, get off the ferry. You can't go back home. And her car's in the parking lot. So how is she going to get home without a ferry? Now she's got to go maybe get a flight, and they'll probably make her put on a mask. Who knows what's happening with that, right? And there crazy. Are other people, but I think this one with the incarceration and the jail and being in the public eye, and they're making an example out of me, I guess I'm willing, but I had to make a decision. Am I ready to accept this responsibility? Can I go the distance? And I go, can I do 6 months in jail at the end if I lose? I think that's a maximum penalty. And I had to ask myself this morning, if I lose, if they steamroll me, and the judge, he could give me all the fines he wants. I don't have money. I'm my bank account's in the negative. So the money I don't really care about. But if they decide to, I shouldn't say that publicly because if the judge gets it, he'll be like, okay, let's put him in jail. You know, I'm like, can I do 6 months in jail? And I guess I'll have to. And I'm willing to do that if it goes that direction.
I'm trying to let's see here, get your PayPal up again. It seems that they couldn't get that to work, and I initially had troubles with it as well. I just found it really weird. I didn't know. I was a little worried at first that PayPal had disabled your account. So we're going to try this again.
They disabled it?
Well, I don't think so because I was successfully able to send you that money. But when I first tried to just manually type in the link, it didn't go. I had to use the one that you sent me. So hopefully the one that I just sent, I copied from the one that you sent me, then that did open. So hopefully that will work for folks in the chat. So I would say, again, I don't think the
Sometimes
HTTPs...
it gives me this link, but both of them should work. If you even go to PayPal, just search Flat Earth Fokker. Hopefully it comes up. I know sometimes that paypal.me Flat Earth Fokker works. I've tested it. And sometimes you have to do this, paypal.com/paypalme/Flat Earth Fokker. So
yeah, I know. And mine has worked well. And so I would say this again. I do have the Go Get Funding site is still up. It does. There's a slight.
You spelled my name wrong. Can you go and edit it?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be Focker. My friend Alex, who's in the chat, said he was going to donate. He did it anyways, but he wasn't sure because it's Fokker is missing a.
The C. Okay, yeah, my bad. We'll get that corrected. But I will say again that what that does is that the upshot to that is that again it tells the whole story. And my hope was that anybody who is in support of free speech, whether they belong to the Flat Earth or Truthers movements or any of that COVID, any of this stuff, but if the people who are supporting of free speech should be behind this. So that does give the opportunity for people who are unfamiliar with the situation to read about it and see it. There are links to the articles in there as well, the hit pieces. But it does go through PayPal, and there's ever so slight. It's a few pennies per donation that they charge to get their fee out of it. So it's probably best if you go direct, and it goes through me and then it goes to him. So you can donate. I would say if you know the situation, you can go directly to Max PayPal. It's probably the best way to do it. But anybody outside, I'm going to keep that link up. It's an open-ended thing. So if you want to turn other people who are not familiar with the situation on, you feel free to use that link, and everything that we get through that is going to go straight to Mac. I'm not in this at all for me. I just wanted to make sure that he got taken care of. But if you're already familiar with the situation and stuff, and if you got his direct link, just go straight to him on that. But if you do the other and send it to me, everything that comes in goes straight to Mac. There's no other than there's a few pennies here and there that they take out of it, which fine, whatever.
Now they take about 3% either way, so each time you send it, it's 3%. But I was going to say, if anybody's Canadian, the cheapest way with almost no fees, which is really pennies, I think it's most people have it free, is if you do a Canadian Interact bank transfer, which is common up here. You have a Canadian bank account. That's the cheapest way and where we'll all keep all of the money, and that's through fevancouver@outlook.com. You can put that email into your bank account and do an e-transfer, and that's almost zero fees.
Yeah,
it should be zero fees unless you don't have the bank account that allows that, but pretty much every account in Canada now lets that go for free because they are moving us toward a digital currency and AI.
And the thing about the Go Get Funding, GoFundMe does take 3%. Go Get Funding is actually, it's been pennies. It's not been a whole lot. So it's good for that. And it's a legal thing, legal defense specifically. So it did take them time to put it up. They had to manually approve it. But once up, again, there's a few pennies here and there. And it's not a big deal. And I absorb most of that anyway. So it's not really a hassle. And again, I would just say use that for people outside who are unfamiliar with the situation. If they don't know Mac, again, I'll fix his name, and it's just a way for them to become familiar with the situation. But if you know Mac already and you have his link, I would again, as he says, go directly there or use the Canadian transfer. It's even better because there's always the risk, of course, that as this thing, if it does increase in visibility, PayPal may prevent those transfers. We've seen that with other people. So we just want to make sure that he gets all the support that we can get him, whether it again is it in word or deed. That we want to support him verbally. We want to support him out there in the community and financially if you're able to. I know that Rose 777 immediately got on with Cal Washington and is trying to put him in touch with you to give you some legal advice there. And again, while it says Legal Defense Fund, the point was entirely that it was free to do with what you wanted. If you wanted to, again, get legal advice outside or do it yourself, we support you no matter what. You're a big boy, and my thing is, dude, if you're going to trust in Dad for this, we can't go wrong, right? Because we, like you said, if we have three of a kind and they've got a full house, Dad owns the deck of cards. That they can't can't do anything about that, right? So
they can't do that exactly.
So I've read the script and I know who wins in the end, but I also know this could be a pain in the ass till we get there, right? And we're promised that it's not going to be an easy ride. In fact, it's going to be a royal PETA, right? It's going to be a pain in the ass, and that many of us are going to take it in the shorts. I expect it. I expect that one day it's going to be me. So that's another reason why I'm so supportive of Matt going there. But for the grace of God, go on. I'm sure I'm on the list. I was surprised that I even made it to Flatoberfest with flying because I know I'm on the list by the nature of my background and what I do. Heavily involved in designing electronics, and some of it has been for people that don't have a good reputation, so they know what I can do, and they're not very trustworthy. So I'll just say that they're not trustworthy people, and so they do, as you said, they control a lot of things right now. They have most of the cards, and so they expect that we're going to bow down and kowtow to them, and. And I have been one, again, my position has been, I don't need to, set anything on fire. I don't need to start anything, but by God, if they start it, I'll finish it. Right. Don't threaten me with a good time. You know what I mean?
It's that motto. You want to die on your feet or on your knees.
Yep.
And now's the time to decide. There's not, all these truthers that are still, no disrespect. It's just my opinion, but keep the soft gloves, the kiddie gloves, playing the kiddie pool right now. I don't see that as being the time. And it's evident every day. We're seeing videos from all across this flat plain of police brutality and despicable behavior.
Yeah.
So,
and I've said over and over again that if you have nothing worth dying for, you really have nothing worth living for. And I stand by that. That your life is meaningless if you have no meaning to your life. And you got to pick your battles. You got to pick your battles.
Yep. But I'm not going to go into a crowd of cops and be like, I'm going to get you and have a baton. I'll be dead. But, be smart about it. But exactly what you said, man.
Yeah. So
you have to have meaning and purpose, and yeah.
So I just want you to know, Mac, that of course, I'm on your team. Whatever I can do to help. I mean, I'm just a guy, just like anybody else. I have some skills, and but I have limited time, and a limited platform. I don't have even nearly as many subs as you do, or not nearly the profile. But I'm certainly willing to help out and get other people involved.
Every little bit helps. Okay. Anybody, even if you have 100 subscribers, if we keep this conversation, like I said, focused, that's when it needs to happen. Like everybody starts coming together and always talking about it and keeping us focused. Because running a business or doing anything, and even with your music, and Felix is here giving my daughter a guitar lesson, she's so distracted. But anything we do, we got to stay focused and, with our intention of what we're going to do.
Absolutely. So
I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate that you're standing up for, for what you believe in and standing up for what you believe is right. And again, I've said this before, with everybody is that I don't know anybody with whom I agree 100% on everything. That would be weird, actually. It'd be weird. But what I do appreciate, and I have a great deal of respect for, is those people who are after the truth and they're willing to accept that they have been previously mistaken, and that there's some humility and not believing they know everything, but are willing to stand up for what they do believe and for what is right. And when people have the temerity and the moral compass to follow what they believe is the right thing, I'm always going to support that 100%. And so you have my backing, certainly, and I haven't stopped talking about it since we found out. Did a thing on Poppycock Report on Thursday morning, and pretty much every day I've been on some stream, either somebody else, and now it's my turn on the weekend to speak about it. So again, I'm here for you. You have all my contact information now, right? And so and again, whatever whatever comes in through that site is going to go to you. We'll just kind of keep it coming in chunks. That's again, that was the bulk of it. I think there's probably a little bit more in there because some of it gets, people said, okay, here's this for this, and here's this for Sue, and so I got to just kind of figure out what goes where. But I want to get you a list of everything.
A lot of work, and you're willing to do that, man. So that's a lot of work right there. It takes time to sift through that and separate all that.
Yeah,
right?
but Mac, how could I not, man? I mean, you're right. I mean, from my position, right, from where I'm sitting, how could I fucking not? Right? It's like here's a brother and he's going through it, and so I'm sitting here behind a desk. This is. What I'm saying is, how could I not do that? That is, if I did anything other than that, I wouldn't be who I believe that I am, and not just say that I am. I don't make any claims to be anything special, but I couldn't look at myself in the mirror if I didn't do something, right? And so I can do this.
Yeah, and then that's the right mentality, and that's a mentality I have when people say, "Why don't you you're doing too much." I don't feel there's anything else for me to do but this. How can I not do it? Like nothing else matters except this. This is our life. This is our freedom. This is future life,
Yeah, I agree.
Not just the children, it's for humanity. I know that's where my brain is. I mean, some people are like, oh, you're too delusional. Who do you think you are? And all this stuff. Why do you think you're like a messiah? I don't, but people want to put that label on me. I'm just doing what only I feel, like you said. How can I not do it?
Yeah. No, I get that. So tell me, if you're comfortable with it, as comfortable as if you're not comfortable, go. Yeah. But so you look like you're in good physical shape. You look like you're in good health. How's your heart? How you doing?
My heart's good. I mean, they did the physicals or whatever, the vital checks in prison every day, in jail. And they were like, perfect. I go, what is it? And 100% oxygen, heart rate, and blood pressure were perfect, and my temperature is perfect. So,
well, I'm glad for that. I'm glad for that. But when I say, how's your heart? I mean, how you doing, bro? How's?
Oh, my heart.
Yeah, man. How's your spirit? How you doing?
You know what? It's hard, but honestly, getting out and right away when I turned on my phone and all these messages, the first message I opened was a guy 1,000 kilometers away in a small town in the city up here, and he goes, I have a martial arts studio, and you're a hero in my eyes. I mean, for that, and these messages and this support and financial and reading the chat, that's what I need. Otherwise, I'm human. I'm fallible. I was in dark places as well. I get discouraged. I get depressed. I feel alone. So this support is what keeps me riding high. Even like immediate family, if they're going to be, ridiculing me, this support, like you said, this is the new family, that we have a purpose and we're doing the right thing. So keep it up is all it's kind of needy, but I'll tell you, I need it. And thank you for asking.
Yeah, no, it's not needy. I get where you're coming from on that. I have the same feeling sometimes. Like, I don't want to be the turd in the punch bowl, right? And when I was really going through it, I didn't want to talk to people because I didn't want to be the bearer of bad news all the time, right? And then people always feel like, oh, you're asking for help. No, I just, you ask me how I'm doing, I'm going to tell you the truth. But I think, and this is one of the things when we were doing a stream with Brian and Karen and Ceiling Fan Man. Ceiling Fan Man asked me if I'd talk to Dad on your behalf, and I'm like, well, of course. And he goes, like, right now. And I'm like, oh, okay, on the spot, because that's something I usually do in privacy. But but did that, and I've said this several times, especially over the last decade or so, that what I've noticed is when I ask Dad for other people, he usually answers quickly and in power. right? And very responsive. When I ask for me, far less so. And it's not because he doesn't like me. I know that. But I think it is because we're supposed to be kind of have some humility and to bear one another's burdens. And it is that's the way it's designed, so that we engage in these open, transparent relationships and can tell our brothers and sisters, hey, man, this is what's going on. And I'm being real. I'm struggling with this thing. I need help. And so it is there is no shame and there's no lack of strength to say, I need help. The fact, to me, that is the strongest thing you can do. It's very self-aware to say, I need help with this stuff, and I can't do it myself. And I think that's where probably you're at, is that you have the strength to go through it, but not by yourself. And so I'm here to say you're not alone, right? You're not by yourself. We're all here with you. There's 150 people here rooting for you. There was 300 and some on Brian's chat the other day. So we're here for you, man. And I'm sure that more people will watch this over the coming days and continue to contribute and get in contact with you. Do you want to put your spam, your email, or whatever you want, any contact you want in the chat for people to reach out to you if they have ideas or ways to support? Feel free to do that, whatever we can get going your way. But no, I applaud what you're doing. And again, I feel bad that you were put in that situation, but the way you've handled it has been outstanding. And I appreciate it, man. I'm really glad that we got to meet prior to this, right?
Briefly, but we met.
Yeah, even for a brief moment. Yeah, exactly. But dude, you're my brother. You're on my team, and I'm rooting for you. So like I said, how could I not? How could I not stand up and support you and go, man, this guy's doing what he believes in, and I support that. So keep doing it.
Thank you. Yeah, the community thing, as far as we know, the native, the indigenous, even back home, like when I came here, everybody was a close-knit family. They were a team, and you work together, but they've divided us. They've messed with everybody's mind through this feminism and women power and race and status and money. They divided us, and they wanted to make us individual because it's easier. We all know that. Divide us and you can conquer us. So it's time that us people that see these lies understand we're stronger together, and let's stick together, and let's not be so divisive. Forget about the differences. Let's focus on that and just be a strong, cohesive team.
I agree. Couldn't agree more, man. We're definitely on the same page there. All right. So having said that, I'm kind of come here what I've said. Is there anything you else want to pass on? I have some other stuff I got to run, and I'm going to be back with Beth Martins tonight in just a couple of hours on her channel, talking to her as well. So I don't want to keep you too long. I know that you're trying to grab something to eat as well. I just ran home.
Not eating. I don't really have anything to say. I mean, I could talk about my whole ordeal, but some more insights. But I got to be careful what I'm saying. I know that they're monitoring social media. They're obviously going to find out about this video. I'm reading this packet here. The police are going in depth, picking through my videos, and they're writing down the most ridiculous comments or things that I'm doing. As any man or woman you follow around, you're gonna get some idiosyncrasies in their behavior, and it's and they're using these. So I'm trying to figure out like what I can say and what I can't say, but I know I'll get that opportunity over the next few days and the week, and talking with different people on their teams.
I'm sure a ton of people.
By the way, anybody here, my channel got a strike while I was in prison, in jail. I just found out last night when I tried to go live on my channel. And so that happened on Wednesday night. So 1 week. I mean, it could be more. They can go through even older videos and give me another strike. But there's going to be nothing on my channel, which I thought I would be checking in with you guys.
Yeah, that broke my heart. I miss his channel. I like watching old videos.
Every day, because I'm here and at home, and I'm not allowed to leave. But that's been taken away from me by Satan or whatever. So I don't have that communication, and it's going to be through you guys that I can speak the next few days. And hopefully on Wednesday or Thursday, I can get my channel back and start talking you guys through my channel. But for now, my channel's down. You won't find anything there till at least Wednesday or Thursday.
Beautiful. And yeah, we've just during this program, we've got several more donations to you. So at the end of the day, I'll try to put all that together, and we'll just keep sending it over the wall to you, man. I'm super proud of you, and thanks for spending the time with us. I know that I know you have more to the story, but I'm sure you'll be telling the story over and over. And what I really kind of wanted to get is just an update on your situation, how you're doing, what your plans, right now. And I get that you're trying to figure it all out. My encouragement again, is if anybody lacks wisdom, let them ask Dad. So you can always count on him. So I just say my encouragement, of course, is press in there always, right? That's who has all the answers, and that's who I trust. But I'll continue to petition on your behalf in that way, and do everything I can from this end, right, to just kind of help coordinate this stuff. And as people come up with ideas, if they send them my way, I'll just send them straight to you, so you can kind of consider what you want to do with the stuff. And if you need,
then the next day or so, I'm just trying to return all the messages. I mean, people are reaching out to me, and I'm trying to go through, and more are coming in, and I just want to get them on board and connect with them. And then hopefully by Monday or Tuesday, I can start delving into the law stuff and prepping for next Monday. And anybody in the Vancouver area, I'm hoping like there's at least 100 people at that courthouse on Monday morning on the 16th. So
very cool. And if there's anything that you need to get out to the community, and while your channel's still down, of course you can count on me. I know Rose 777 would be willing to put up anything as well, and I know she.
Mac, I missed your channel. I could play some of your older stuff, but you took it all away. You took it all away. Well, he does have the Parhar Court, everybody. That's one. That's a good one. Oh man. Oh, while you're here. Did you see this? YouTube. Infodemic. It's from and then filters. It was this month.
And managing infodemics calls equally for all of society.
There he is. Hold on.
W shoes.
I think he's got some Mac on his mind. Hold on. Here we go.
With the work of the six society tracks in the course of the last 6 weeks, I was trying to think of new names. Sylvia and Tim and Mindy and others are great at coming up with new names of infodemics, but this is I was wondering, was this a discuss-a-thon, or was it a talk-a-thon, or is it a consult-a-thon over the last 6 weeks? This is I was wondering, was this a discuss-a-thon, or was it a talk-a-thon, or is it a consult-a-thon over the last 6 weeks? But you must all be has all the capacity to fight epidemics.
Okay, there's 3 of these. Sorry. Do they have a new one? There it is. Hold on. Don't give up on me, people. Don't give up. Here we go. This is the WHO organization, World Health Organization. I'm not going to sit here and say they're real.
Brazil.
They could just be like actors. This is not it. Dude, they're doing
WHO framework for engagement. And also from a back.
Exposure to someone who is a case.
The likes of CDC in Atlanta. I mean, the US is accounting for a third of all world cases at the moment over the last number of weeks. The epidemic in same space as somebody else for
Ew, epidemic. Oh, United Nations up in it? So they got this infodemic crap going on. Nobody's watching it except me.
Over the last 2 weeks, especially with the practical presentations and
No.
actually is not.
They're on it, guys. They're working hard. I'm glad. I'm glad it's not so easy anymore. Nope. They take it away because I made fun of them. But they did. There's a lot of things like change. Look at this. Okay. Hold on, let me get them up. No live going. Okay, never mind. Okay, I'll just put some music on. So I figured something out.
Death Starters United. Death Starters United. Holy gods. Holy gods.
So let's see if we got any new donations. Check it. I love you guys anyway. Please spread the word. If you can't donate, like me, because got too much going on, please spread the word to the link here to go get funding or shows and stuff. He's talking about PayPal. Shirts, shirts. I'm sure your whole family would want one. Mac, if you got any links you want to put in the comments. That's a problem. Mac get no problem. Didn't perform.
The next one, do a Calgary had about 1,500. actually had our staff and instructions to visit that yoga studio in the morning. During that time, I had already we're still waiting for it. We say to all our good business people who have a corporate that have this volunteer. And also say that this morning, our staff, through our bylaw officers, are actually delivering a letter on me to the food store operators. Requiring yesterday became known to us through social media that the studio operator in NorCal that was continuing to stay better.
You probably are. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! You think you're hot? You totally not. You think you're hot? You totally not. You're so conceited. Yes, you are. You're so conceited. Yes, you are. I will be the Demon Slayer. I will slay the slayers. I will be the Demon Slayer. I will slay the slayers. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! You think you're pretty, not on the inside. You think you're pretty, not on the inside. You think you're better, you probably are. You think you're better, you probably are. I will be the Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. I will be the Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's great. I really appreciate that. And I will be talking to Randy hopefully in the very near future. Like I said, everything is timed for a reason. There's an awful lot that's going on at my end right now and coordinating. And it's everything. I've just never seen so much around me being attacked. Okay, even like on the court claims, the other stuff that I'm working at right now, the evil is out in this world like never before. It's having a field day, okay,
I like
with the
putting
consciousness
Mac
of mankind,
and my
because my
music
fellow
together.
man and woman, they just simply, they just simply don't understand.
It's like
Still not letting me do this back
it's
up
like
here.
oil and vinegar.
Yeah, I'll let you go. I was just gonna say, are you gonna get in touch with me later just to make sure
Yeah,
that everything that's submitted to you is gonna have you prepped for the night?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll give you a call right after this shortly. We'll end this in a
not the
couple of
beginning.
minutes here, and
I do. Let's see, I am checking the link to see if anybody donates, and I will shout you out. And I got a key just going in. Oh gosh, that sounds weird. Okay, hold on. Do we have any donations? Oh, we're still, well, you know what? Isaiah made my day. I don't care. But yeah, if you do donate, I'm checking, and I will thank you personally on the. I will read your comment, and I will thank you personally on here. And I think Mac's watching too, and he think our person, you know, Isaiah that donated. So that is cool. All right, kids are about to come home. Let's keep this going, man, for hours.
Good evening, everybody. Hopefully I'm online and you can all hear and see me nice and clearly and loudly. Today's date is November the 12th, 2020, and my name is Christopher James, and I'm so grateful for everyone being here this evening. We have a lot of great information to cover here this evening, so there should not be ever a dull moment. And I just wanted to say again, thank you everybody for all your support from last week's show and prior and up to today. It's much appreciated. People are really starting to come together now, and we're bringing this truth forward into this world. And I'm just very blessed to have this kind of support right now. And as everybody should know, but before I get started here, I wanted to make an apology to Amanda. I was supposed to do an interview with a wonderful woman tonight who's a doctorate of naturopathic medicine and science. And unfortunately, I had got what happened with today with YouTube, what we'll talk about in a second, that, and then a lot of other court issues that were ongoing or whatever, it completely got away from me. So I apologize, Amanda, but we will do our call very soon, hopefully next week. But this evening, I hope you can understand that it's been a very interesting day today. What happened that I knew was going to happen, happened, and YouTube pulled my channel, and it was all because of the Dolores Cahill video that I put up, or pardon me, no, it was the 48 the multiple doctors that came forward and brought truth. Again, one of those videos that have been up for several months. So they've pulled the channel down. It's gone for good now on YouTube, and that's fine with me because my material is up on BitChute. If you're not aware, go to awarriorcalls.com and log in there. Subscribe there so that you're going to be kept up to date. That puts you in our back-end database so that you'll hear when all these live streams are coming out, when actions are happening with Earth United, which I apologize, I meant to put in my mail out today. Was the link for the red pill that Jesse Casanova's just released. You can find that on Earth United's website, and it's about 11 minutes long, and it's actually a beautiful piece of work that he's put together as part of all these productions and stuff that they're rolling out. And then next week we've got just an incredible one that's coming, and then the week after that, well, that's the real big one. Okay, it's going to be a real big one that we launch. So everything is coordinated and calculated what we're doing at this end. For those of you that are the first time here, do not know who I am, and the long and the short of it is, my name's Christopher James, and I'm a man who has a very incredible secret. That was a secret that I brought forward into the light, that is a simple truth that's going to save our world right here and right now. That's why I'm here, and I'm not playing any games. And I've picked a fight actually with at a very good time with, how shall we say, the very heart of this system. And it's only one conversation our world has to have right now. And that is, do the rules of civil procedure apply to we the people? That's it. You don't need to understand law. You don't need to understand legal. You just simply need to understand that simple question. Why? Because people in this world that are trying to access our public courthouses, we're being denied access because we are not falling under the rules of civil procedure, okay, with our filings that we put in, which is our property in the public courthouse. So it's that simple that's going right on what's occurring in this world right now. The solution is actually that very one truth, that once it's answered and brought out into the light, everything else will stop. Why? Because people like myself and other people that have incredible truths that's backed up, verified, and they know that there's other people that are trespassing against we the people on a colossal level. All right, things are being placed on the media. People are speaking without any type of repercussions. It's whoops, I got that's Mark in there right now. Oh, how does that go out? You able to kick? Sorry about that. Thanks, thank you very much. Thanks, Mark. Mac, I'll bring you in just a sec, brother. Credible man. I'm going to bring on here shortly here tonight. If you can just mute your mic too, there, Mac, just so, and then I'll call you in a little bit, my friend. So, incredible thing we've got to show you here this evening that's going on right now, real time. This is what I've been working for over 20 years, and just how everything has succinctly come together over the last.
I just thought about this, guys. Like, once they get that vaccine out, and I know we're talking. Thank you, Matt, for being in here. Once they get the vaccine, they're going to be gone. The TV's already telling them not to make plans next year. Why shouldn't they make plans next year? I think they're going to be goners. Be prepared for lots of funerals. Be prepared for everything. Be prepared. It's just us, you know. Flood our town. It's on the way. We'll have plenty of room.
Year and a half has just been truly incredible. And, you know, I'm reminded so many time and time again that nothing ever happens by accident, okay? Everything that's going on in this world happens for a reason. So it's very powerful, this moment and this truth in which I'm bringing forward to you, because it's in the here and now. Okay, we're not talking about scenarios that may unfold, may not unfold. We're not talking about, you know, the color of drapes that I like, or not that I'm, you know, into Art Deco or whatever, or couch or car or whatever. These are concrete, hard facts that we're discussing here. Okay, there's no opinions that are coming forth from me this evening to you. Okay, and this truth is the most powerful truth in this world right now, because it is so simple that when people simply understand that people that have truths to stop all this wrong and harm that's occurring right now surrounding COVID are being blocked at our public courthouses because their filings, for some reason, their paperwork, their evidence isn't falling under some rules of civil procedure. And as I've shown in the shows past, it's simply who writes the rules of civil procedure. Go to last week's show and the week before that. I'm actually showing you the downloads, especially from my website, from the November 6th. It's under the case file. Once you're inside the site, case file number 2. It's the Sukleski Court. And when you hover down over the case file number 2, another window will come out to the side, November 6th. Okay, please download all of those documents. Then you will simply understand what has occurred. And like I said, the evidence is right in there. Who writes the rules of civil procedure? And unless we are property of another man or woman, it doesn't apply to us, right? The truth is very simple when it's present. So take this one to heart. Not a single piece of paper that exists in this world, it doesn't matter who wrote it, okay, applies to you. Unless you had full consent of it, unless you wrote it yourself or your wet signatures on it, some sort of a contract. Otherwise, they're words on a paper. And no theater that is out before you here today, okay, should ever, sorry, put that back up again. No theater should ever get in the way of what is actually and factually truth. Okay, and this is what we have going on right now, is that we've taken all this acting that's going on in this world, we've taken it beyond the pale where it should have ever have gone. And that's why, because we're not having a conversation that we should have always had for a very long time here. And, you know, it's come to a head right now. So what we're going to do this evening is I just wanted to first do a quick recap for everybody. So I didn't touch on last week with what happened with Sean at SGT Report. 750,000 subscribers, YouTube subscribers. He had no strikes against him. And then all of a sudden, boom, YouTube pulls him down, and 13 or 14 other top YouTube people as well that were out there. Another sister of mine here in Canada, I've never met her talk before, but Amazing Polly, I think was the name of her YouTube channel. Incredible woman. Hopefully I'll get to talk to her in the near future. She did incredible work to bringing truth forward from people. But what we all required at that time with all this truth, like a woman like Polly has, is imagine if she had access to that public courthouse to move a claim with evidence that she knew was true from her research that she's done, no different than me. Okay, and you're bringing it into a court of law. Well, we're both held accountable. If we bring something into that public courthouse and it's not straight up, straight on, okay, then we've got a problem here. So this is why it's very important that everybody understands that the whole thing comes down to one simple thing. And all this acting that's going on, we already know that we're not another man or woman's property. Everybody understands that simply. We already know that no man or woman can administrate property without right. We know that. There's that word property again. And then there's the third line, right? Obligation. That means contract, okay? Makes whatever condition is between you, whatever agreement arrangements between you and your fellow man and woman. Right? But again, words on a piece of paper that are created by service corporations. What's a service corporation, Chris? Well, the government of Ontario, the government of Britain, right? Canada, Britain, USA, USA Inc., right? There's different variations of it, especially for the United States over the years, not so much for other countries. But, you know, Australia, all of these are corporate entities. Right? And so you have people that work for these corporations that are supposed to be providing good faith services to us, right? It's really simple to understand. And these people actually are your fellow man and woman, right? So are they going to come forward and claim your property? We've gone through this, right? These three main key points are never going to occur. So that means nothing that they're doing within that service corporation is being like no different than McDonald's, Burger King, Pizza Hut, whatever we have there. Notice it's all food I'm talking about. Like I said, that was my sole sustenance for 20 years. Not that type of food, but, you know, that was my highlight when I got to come out of my layer, so to speak, and treat myself to some, you know, not so healthy food. But anyways, you know, what's going on here is you have to look at it. It's no different than the people that work for these corporations that are providing services. Just happens to be in the food industry, right? Okay, we're talking about government services now, right? They're supposed to be a lot higher level because they're supposed to be there acting on behalf of we the people, especially when we're paying for their salaries, which is kind of a weird scenario how a corporation can just get a blanket check on something like that, you know, to charge us for all this money. But what's ultimately happening here is that these people are also ignorant that are within these ranks. No different than I was ignorant, okay? No different than all of us are ignorant. We're all on different levels within this level of consciousness right now as this horrific truth, or pardon me, the horrific lie that's been foisted upon mankind, our consciousness, it's only causing all the effects that we're seeing around this world because mankind simply lacks knowledge, okay? And I'm only in this position, as those of you know, you can go back and watch my shows, how I got to be here, my sharings, my gatherings. They're not shows. I'm not doing this for entertainment purposes. I'm doing this to save our world right now because these simple truths that I'm explaining to you should be resonating with each and every one of you at home there, okay? Wherever you're listening and hearing to this, right? We're talking about very foundational truths that affect you and I as a man or woman, okay? And we have people that are supposed to be acting honorably in all these various capacities, and they're not. What they're actually doing is they're trespassing against us left and right. Why? Because we've all been ignorant. We've all been born into this world in ignorance, and most of us have left this world ignorant. But I was fortunate enough to come across this truth, and that's why this truth is now being brought forward. And it's those rules of civil procedure, right? Anybody can have a conversation on that. They just can simply understand, well, wait a minute, my fellow man, everyone has the right to access that public courthouse, and they know no man or woman can deny another man or woman access to it. That especially means the people that are acting in that courthouse, that are wearing the black robes or police uniforms or their front end office staff, right? These people are acting in roles, they're providing service to us. They can't block us from getting access to these public courthouses. And this is what has ultimately come down through my material that I've showed everybody, my filings under the Zaklesky court that Michael and I have been going through in real time, which I'm going to do an update up here with everybody right now on. So, sorry, I got off a little bit the topic there, but what happened with Sergeant or Report or whatever, God bless him, is that when all that went down, they hired a lawyer, $130,000 later, okay? But that's what they required for all the filings that she was going to put in, and she took on Google for their terms of service. So we'll fast forward to that Monday. What happened on that Monday? Well, what a shit show. What actually happened was that in all typical use of a Zoom call, it limits it for a guy like me too, right? Little old me, to 100 people on a call if I was to use Zoom. You can buy packages, I think, that allows you a little bit more. But anyways, long and short of it is that when people went to log in, it said it's already reached its 100 limit capacity. Sean himself couldn't even get into the court, okay? Then he told me that the lawyers, Google, were also having trouble getting into the court because probably there was two links, right? There were people that were able to click on the link to supposedly get in the gallery, right, to listen in on this. You couldn't comment or anything, but you could listen. And then there was another link that was for the people that were actually parties involved. So I guess what happened was, which actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I didn't have time to think of it, I just brushed it off. But now that I'm sitting here, it said those that are party to the case, right? There was another link, meaning the lawyers, the actual parties that were named in the thing. But the overall case was about we the people in Google, right? Ultimately, and what they were doing with YouTube and shutting down all these channels. You know, imagine Sean, the guy he was incredibly devastated, right? 10 years of his work, 10 years, right? That's what he based all his work on. That was his revenue income stream. And then they canceled Patreon a week later for no reason at all, right? So this is why this lawsuit got launched. What happened in the court that day, and the long and the short of it is that I was told that, it was not very nice for his lawyer that was in there, but it seemed to be very nice for Google's lawyers at this time. And what's going on right now is I believe the woman that they brought this complaint to, right, surrounding this breach of terms of service, she's gone back now to render her decision. And I truly believe that the lawyer and the legal side, they have won this outright. You know, what they filed and what they've put into that legal realm. They've destroyed absolutely what is going on here. So, if we were able to bring it into the courthouse and to the lawful realm, like a man or a woman, I'd have to say that these people would be in a lot of trouble. Because those of us, especially people like Sean, that are armed with such knowledge from their incredible research. And again, he has a website, you definitely go to sgtreport.com. There you can see any videos he's going to do when he's still doing stuff. He puts them up there. Incredible reporting, real time on the button. I love you to death, Sean, for everything you're doing. You've been an incredible light to this world. And, you're someone that definitely needs to have that access to that public courthouse, because you will be able to take your knowledge and your levels and your contribution back, what has been driving you all this time, which I truly see from you in this light like never before. And that's what this is about. It's about bringing a very powerful truth forward, that those rules of civil procedure don't apply to us. And I think you can get every single man and woman very quickly educated on, nobody can block us from the courthouse. And there's people we're now hearing about that have truths that are being blocked. And this is why they're being blocked. Now, people can't say, oh, that's all conspiracy series stuff. Really? Well, all of you are going to be able to point them to my casework, aren't you? Right? You're going to be able to point to the last videos that I've had out there. This has all been done on the public record. This is why I did it. This is why I said I set out to not fail. I've learned through all my multiple times getting kicked around in this system, how this system chews you up, how it chews you down. And the power is knowing who you are and then understanding, standing outside of that system, how their system works, how you're supposed to properly and lawfully access it. And it all came down to the one question, right? Rules of civil procedure. So that's what you have to be putting to every MPP, every, politician, every police officer. You just simply say to them, there's a man, you can even say my name, who's coming forward, who has the truth that protects all of them as well. And what they're doing, and they're front end officers. I've told everybody this repeatedly. I'm doing this for everybody because this acting has gone on far enough, long enough. Okay. And we've allowed ourselves to be foolishly, placing our trust somewhere in a place that has been clearly misplaced. So that's why this moment is of such an important time, and I'm able, God bless the Lord, to be able to give you this stuff in real time, what's going on at my end with these court cases. And it has been fast and furious these last 6 days. Let me tell you, it's been something. Not just with Michael, but there's other court cases that I've got that are all part of this thing as I calculately release them and show people what's going on. So I just wanted to touch on base. That's what happened with Sean. Things it's off with the judge right now. She's going to bring back a ruling. Sean is already figuring, which I'm gathering, if it was so hostile towards their lawyers, that they will probably, obviously, if they get their verdict that does not go in their favor in the legal world, then the next step for them is they appeal it right away to the circuit court, right, or the district court, whatever the hell it is in their territory in LA. There, I don't know that world, but that's what ultimately happened, and then that'll be some more. I don't know how long that would take, how long that appeal process goes. It should be pretty serious, given it's about we the people versus Google. But at the end of the day, that's where that stands. What I would also like to tell everybody is, if you weren't aware of, is that my YouTube channel got taken down today. So all of my work is basically on BitChute, where the links were in the mailing for tonight. If you cannot find those links, just like I say, do a Warrior Calls. Maybe Paul can put it into the chat there for people, or we can put it up somewhere so that people have those links to remain connected with me. It's going to be a very smooth transition, because the software that I'm speaking on here tonight, it has a back end database as well that we'll be able to tie into. So you'll always get the updates. You'll even get a live feed as well. If I go live for whatever reason, if something really, really timely I've got to bring out at that moment, that's what I'll do. And those times are coming when we get near the near future here. So they can't take down my website. They can, that's under a lot of attacks too. I want people to know my web guy says it's getting hammered with stuff, but it's still going good. So please be patient on the website for those of you that aren't familiar with the warriorcalls.com, because all the videos that were uploaded to there originally that went to YouTube are now no longer showing up with the links on there, because they were linked to the YouTube channel. So the web guy's got to grab all the links from BitChute and pull them over. And Sean actually has incredible things that are going on at his end as well right now. It seemed to be that we're on attack at every single level at what's going on in this world. So that's why this truth right now is ever so important, because once this simple truth of the rules of civil procedure do not apply to we the people, okay, that's when the rubber hits the road, and that's when that courthouse is finally going to be accessed properly, and we're going to be able to start moving claims against people that we have the evidence of enormous wrong and harm that's occurring, and we've got that in spades. But unfortunately, everything's being played out now in the mainstream media and online, right? And who YouTube selects who they wish to perpetuate their continued narrative, so to speak. Well, when I heard that there was some sort of a glitch, I was working yesterday on other stuff for whatever court work, so I had no idea that the supposedly YouTube went down for a bit or whatever. So these are things that they start to do to test, to see how people react, right? To sort of set something up. Well, it went down before, well, now it's just going to have to be a little bit longer. We've had a major, who knows, right? It's just a test to see how they're jarring the public, but it's ultimately that YouTube is an incredible pipeline for the truth. It still is. Okay, so they need to find a way to shut that down. Okay, YouTube can shut its pipeline down, but unless they shut the internet down, okay, which is going to be pretty serious things if we get to that level, okay, then we have still got to pipe to each other from a Warrior Calls, from Earth United, okay? You've got to subscribe to Jesse's channel as well there too, so we have you in our databases, because in either country, whenever something goes in, hopefully we've got some redundancy plans. The two of us are going to be able to kick in and continue the communications back and forth. But these are very, very dangerous times in our world right now, and my fellow man is simply sleepwalking right into it, okay? And that's why this truth is so important. How it's brought forward, it has to be brought powerfully forward. Okay, I can do that. That resonates for me all the time when you're around me. You can sense and feel that this has consumed me, this truth, for a very long time, and that's what always radiates from me. But now this light is going out to this world, and it must find people that are also going to be repeaters of it. You've got to find a way to simply bring it forward. And a lot of people have learned a lot of information. I'm blessed from all the incredible comments you said about what I've tried to make things simple about the trespass that's happened at birth. But now we're at the stage right now that I've had to push even that stuff out of the way, because we need to make the conversation really simple for our fellow man. Okay. So people are writing to me saying, Chris, how can we communicate to people? That's what you say to them. Okay, you tell them that there's a man that's come forward that has incredible truth right now, and he's been denied access at a public courthouse, right? And all because the rules of civil procedure. And you're not only writing on behalf of this truth, you're writing on behalf of all the people, right, in this country. When we lose access to our public courthouses, they're forcing people to get violent, right? I'm not advocating violence. Everybody sees that, everything in my heart. I'll go to the end of the earth, all right, to get into that courthouse and do it peacefully, right? They can beat me up, they can do whatever they got to do to, but I will get through those doors, right? And hopefully not carried on a stretcher by people, but at the end of the day, I'm hoping that when that call goes out, the people are going to be there. You are going to respond, if not sooner than later, because that day is coming quicker than we all know it. Because their charade, this theater that's been presented in front of our world today, is falling apart. Okay, you may not seem to think it based on what you're seeing in the mainstream media, but they have to ramp up, okay, all of their theater, you know, that there's more coronaviruses that are occurring, or COVID-19 or whatever. Who gives a rat's ass if there's more viruses, right? All you look at are the death people, okay? People never died from a virus, so to speak. You have to understand where viruses come from. We've gone through this in the past prior shows, but you simply need to understand that we've been lied to. And that evidence is still, and it will always be on my website, on BitChute, and also Brighteon. We're getting put up on Rumble. I'm going to get put up on in the very near future, and LBRY, which is another one. So I've got a blanket of all these various sites, and through the grace of God and all you guys out there sending the links and sharing them everywhere you can, that makes the difference. And when people subscribe to those various, some search engines aren't as good as others, but like I said, as long as you're up to our main sites, that's the main thing, because I will always put out a communication every week surrounding when this stream is going to go. So I'm planning on doing the Thursday nights pretty much, you know, collectively from now on, religiously, and we're going to try and do 3 a week, where I'm going to actually do one session in the very near future, which is going to be a Q&A with everybody. I'll come on here, you can come on and post some questions at whatever it is, stuff I've talked about in the past or current situations, and I'll do my best to talk to everybody about that and have a real fluid conversation. But right now in the here and now, this is very powerful what's been going on at my end, because for those of you that aren't aware, I've got the, I wanted to also say too, before I talk about Michael, I had a wonderful call tonight with Dolores Cahill. For those of you who don't know who Dolores is, kindly look her up online while she's still there. As again, that's why I got pulled down, was because of Dolores. So I just wanted to kind of give her a little Irish rub, so to speak. For those of you who don't know, I also have Irish blood in me. I actually didn't know that till about 10 years ago. It didn't dawn on me, but like I said, that's just the way it goes. So when I learned that I'm from Irish descent, there's been this. That explains why I guess I have this real, how should we say? I can be very energetic. That's a good way to put it. But anyways, Dolores, I just love her like a sister. And she called me from Ireland this evening, and we had a wonderful talk. And she's fully 100%, behind, making this world a better place. And she's fully well aware of everything that's going on with Jesse and I. And like I said, I can't say everything right now, but we had an incredible conversation. She sends her love to everybody here in Canada and also around the world. And she's always telling me, keep going, keep doing what you're doing, because we need to bring this light forward. And this truth that we're talking about here with our courts being restored again, it's the common law, which it is, but it's secondary. And you just understand first, we don't put the cart before the horse, people. Okay, we have a foundational problem here. First, everybody's ignorant that's going on in our world. They don't understand what's going on in our public courthouses, and they don't know who they are and how to correct that situation with we're being blocked at the public courthouse. Now everybody simply understands, okay? Because I've written to all these top people, all right? They have to produce those 3 answers to those 3 questions, and if they do not produce it, then they're denying us our right. They're obstructing justice, right? Never mind they're in massive malfeasance, for breach of their public trust. But that's why it has to go this part, and you'll see in all the communications that Michael and I have did, it's always honorable, and we never move from that square. We're always trying to move this forward. So the last communications that I wrote to them, it was to pull their bonds that I wrote about, and they've confirmed that they've received this communication now. We went back to the Chief Justices, one at the for Canada, which is the Service Corporation at the federal level, and then the Ontario Chief Justice, which is at the provincial level, Service Corporation. Remember, she's an agent of the Service Corporation of Ontario. Any way you slice it, because Bob or Susie there isn't going to come forward and claim that I or Michael are property. See how simple that works? And if they got that obligation there where we consented to these rules of service procedure, or to any of these other people that are providing services to us at our public courthouses, the most sacred buildings in our world, okay, they are. And they've been completely run amok with a bunch of rats known as bar members. The people are good, But how they've been entrained in their consciousness has been severely corrupted. And there are those that revel in loving this whole thing of the legal world and seeing the power that they wield because mankind is so ignorant. Well, as I've said to these people before, and I will say to them all again, the gig is up. Okay, we're bringing this truth forward honorably and powerfully. You've got to come to the table and recognize that this wrong and harm has been going on for far too long. You need to put your differences aside with what we're doing and allow this truth that I'm bringing forward and other people to come into our public courthouse in front of a jury of our peers, a grand jury, if not the world, and move that truth and claim forward and get a verdict on it. It's very simple and very powerful to do once you understand all the pieces to the puzzle. And when I say all the pieces of the puzzle, that's for in the here and now. I don't have all the puzzles for, I have still so much to learn. There's so much that I do not know and understand in this world. But what we're dealing with right now in the here and now in this world, you better believe I understand what's going on. You better believe I understand what the truth is. And you better believe that I understand what the solution is, because I've been demonstrating with every single breath, with every single action that I've taken. Okay, it's all well documented how and what we are doing right here in this time and moment to move this forward. So timing is really, really critical right now. And that's why I say next week, the end of next week, I believe it is, the trilogy is going to come out that we've been working on, Jesse and I. And again, this is it. Okay, this is like I said, I picked the fight last week, and now we're following through with it to bring this truth on a massive level. And I'm saying with everybody, all my heart, when you get this link and when you see this link, you've got to push this out to the world. You've got to push this out to every single man and woman that you know. You've got to find a way to get this very short video that's about to come out to get to the world, because we want to set everybody up for what's coming right after it. Okay, and that video that comes after it's going to be a monster with Judy. So like I said, all of this is timed at a perfectly incredible moment right now. I want everyone to be aware of also that Dolores Cahill has got an incredible event happening in Copenhagen near the end of this month. I think it's between November 20th and 23rd, I think. Don't quote me. Look it up online. Dolores Cahill, Copenhagen, some of her talks. But it's coming out there that they're bringing this panel forth, that they're telling the world that the whole COVID thing has been based on a lie. It's based on fraud. Okay, these are doctors that are standing with them. We have to find a way to get this vehicle to bring this truth out. And God bless her, this is how she's doing it in her realm. And so we're doing our thing at this end or whatever, and I'm very confident that by the time we get into December, we're going to have an incredible thing to share with everybody. Okay, as we move it forward, we're in this for the long game. Okay, you have to understand that with the Michael Sukleski court right now, we're at with it. They recognize that it's there. All these justices have it. That we're at the communication stage now. That we're laying a very bright light on it. That the rules of civil procedure do not apply to we the people. That's what all of this is based on. That's what all these lawyers have been doing to try and kick it out. So you have to understand the simplicity of this. Now, if they go and take it, remove it out of the court, which I expect they're going to do, they're going to do it again, right? Everybody's now seen their eyes on this. Okay, and you say, well, where do we go next, Chris? Well, we don't let it go. That's where we go. Okay, we go back and we film, because eventually people are going to go back and they're going to see the case that happened to Michael, and they're going to be upset about that to begin with, and then they're going to see as it progresses, they're going to go, and then they're going to see we've honorably gone after. See, it's about honor all the way along. That are acting as police officers that are fully and finally awake in this country, that are going to actually truly protect the people and serve, and they're going to stand with us because they're going to understand how powerful this truth is that's about to be dropped in that courthouse. Okay, before our world. So it's a very exciting time right now, people. And that's why I want you to know it's always about honor. Never lose hope, okay? Because when you understand the truth, the only reason that we're in this situation is that there's not more people that are awake like us, okay? That's the situation. But guess what? They've overplayed their hand, and we can feel this worldwide what's going on right now. So that's where the rubber has really hit the road. I'm showing everybody in real time what's going on with Michael. We're going to have an incredible call with Dolores in about 3 weeks. And then now what I want to actually bring to your attention is I just got a communication from this gentleman the other night. Excuse me. His name is Mac. I'll let Mac decide if he wants to divulge his last name or not. I asked for it last night once he contacted me, I think it was Wednesday or Tuesday this week. But when I got his email, I responded back to him that I can't see this. I got to step in here at this point because he's actually in court on this Monday, the 16th coming up. He lives in British Columbia. He'll tell you why we got to this point or whatever. But I want everyone to know that I've got to basically create paperwork for him tomorrow to get filed as quickly as possible. So I will have probably a pretty long night here tonight, but that's okay. It's worth it. Okay, because this is why I'm here. All right, it's called a warrior calls. I'm here to fight for everybody, but I do it with pen to paper. Okay, I'm showing everybody. I'm not going away. And the more and more people we're building in numbers now, right? People are emailing me all the time. Chris, there's millions of people that are with you. You might not hear them, but believe me, millions of people are with you, and I believe they are with the truth. Okay, they're not just with me; they are with the truth first and foremost. I'm just a lug that's bringing it forward. Okay, but anyways, what happened was I got a communication from this man, and it's very serious. What's all going on based on what? the COVID Act. Okay, whatever the COVID whatever act. This is these acts that all these service corporations created over the last few months. Okay, so it's very exciting to understand, when you understand the pieces to this puzzle that we've talked about in my prior shows, how you're able to apply this now in real time. Okay, with this man that's before him. I was disappointed when I found out that, you know, this happened a few weeks ago, and, you know, that he was on other shows or whatever talking about this. I wish I had have known, because I would have reached out to that man then, and I would have been able to do more work for him. I'm literally under the gun here, so to speak. I got one day, because tomorrow's Friday, then it's the weekend. He's in court first thing Monday morning, so I don't have time to get, you know, paperwork into the court before then. It's all got to get filed some way or somehow by tomorrow. So it's important that you understand that. So without further ado, what brought us here tonight, Mac, do you want to come on the screen here? Let me see if I can. There you are. Good to see you, Mac. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay, Christopher. I had a weird day physically, a little bit depleted energetically, but you know, so I'm a little bit anxious. Usually I'm okay being on camera and comfortable. So other than that, I'm excited to be talking to you again and telling everybody that hasn't heard of the story yet, you know, what's happening with me.
Terrific. Well, for those of you that just know, this is Mac, and Mac reached out to me, and if you can, Mac, can you just walk through this basic scenario? I didn't give the background on you, but I'll just let people know is that this man has had this particular business for 11 years. It's in the background of yoga, health, obviously, all this incredible benefits that come to you through yoga. He's had a successful business for 11 years. 200 to 300 people are coming through his yoga classes a month. And, you know, he had substantial financial, you know, obligations that he committed himself to, that he's still paying off, so to speak, to get this club running. So you need to understand that this is all this man's property, okay? This is this man's life work, okay? And now he's been completely destroyed, as you're going to hear, because of these COVID measures that have been lashed out that have destroyed his business. So walk people through the process, you know, how this began for you in your yoga, and then how you got to this point we're at today, Mac.
Okay, so, you know, I've been, I got my first red pill way back 22 years ago. I won't get into the details, but over the years we pick up the different lies and don't understand the extent of how big the lies are. But about 2016 is when I really delved into what was happening, the media manipulation with all the psyops and, you know, these fake things that were happening. And then I got the globe lie hit me really hard. I didn't know where I was. But leading up to COVID, you know, then I realized like Zika, Ebola, all these things, SARS, were just scare tactic and fake news and all that, more ways to control us. So when COVID hit, and we saw the images out of China, at first I was like, whoa, what's going on here? Is this a bioweapon? What is this? But as, you know, you settle down and you look at it with a critical eye, I realized this is just another Zika, SARS kind of nonsense. And I never thought it would get to the point it did. So, you know, in February, March, the class numbers started dwindling. People just weren't coming into class. They wanted to cancel their memberships, etc. And then we had to make a decision here. I didn't know they had announced the emergency, state of emergency legislation. I don't follow the news really. Just around mid-March, you know, the NBA closed, the NHL closed, the mountains here started closing, Whistler and all this kind of stuff. All the restaurants and stores started sending emails, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to close down because, you know, this, you know, we teach a healthy immune system, detoxify your body and lose weight and, you know, drink more water and eat healthier and exercise. And I haven't been sick since I started hot yoga. And I used to get sick all the time, you know, a couple of times a year. So I firmly believe in what I was doing and, you know, what the business was. Like I said, it was a really nice studio. I built it at the cusp of yoga back in 2008. And, you know, it wound up turning from a, you know, $150,000, $200,000 build out, and it wound up being like $500,000 when it was said and done, because that's where I thought things were going. And, you know, there's ups and downs, and business has been kind of slow. But anyways, I made the decision that, okay, we're having 4 classes a day. I got to cut the classes down to 2 classes, just because we're getting like 10 people a class, and our room was built for like 70. So I sent out an email that basically said, hey guys, don't forget to come in and do yoga, build your immune system. Viruses don't do that well in heat, which is what I had studied from the scientific community. I hadn't learned that viruses are actually not contagious at that point. But I said, build your immune system, and we got to cut our classes down, 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening, until this. Maybe I shouldn't have used this word, but I said it because people knew me. People from the studio know that I'm like, outspoken. And I said, until this worldwide nonsense subsides. Well, that triggered a lot of people that were past students and, on our mailing list still, etc. Next thing, I go into class, I come out, the phone rings, somebody starts giving me grief, and I realized there was like 15 or something voicemails. I'm like, wow, what happened? Oh, and then the email inbox with replies, people calling me an idiot and all this, and you're a moron, and I can't believe you're not shutting down. You're greedy and all of this. We're just trying to survive, and I'm trying to do what, I believe in, and all the testimonials that I've experienced, myself included. So next morning I go in and, then there's a message from, there's more emails coming in on my phone, and there's tons of voicemails, just rude stuff, people being rude and pseudo death threats. And the CBC called, and I wound up doing an interview with them for about 20-25 minutes. And then all of a sudden there was Global calling, News 1130, Vancouver Sun, all of this kind of stuff. But the Delta bylaw came in, that's the city where we're at. Delta bylaw comes in at about 11 o'clock. The class had just ended. And he said, we're getting a lot of complaints. I need to come down here and check if you're socially distancing. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, well, there's a emergency legislation. Everybody has to socially distance. I go, is that a law?
So hang on a sec, Max. So what you're talking there, it's an act, okay? That's what it's not. When you say the legislation, I want everyone to know what he's talking about is the Emergency Act, right? Or the Coronavirus Act or whatever, right? Or the New Health Emergency Act. There's always an act. So this is what you have to understand, that act is written by people at a corporation, and they're trying to apply this to Mac. So carry on, Mac.
Yeah, so I didn't know this, and I said to him, like, is this a law? I didn't hear about it. Like, nobody told me. Like, he goes, oh, yeah, I got announced. And I go, okay, you know what? That's not a problem. We had like 12 people here. Look at my room. It's big. All the 12 people walking out told the bylaw officer that, oh, yeah, no, we were like 10 feet apart. It was fine, and the studio is really big. So he looked around, and he goes, well, how do I know you're going to follow social distancing? And I'm like, at this point, it just hit me. I wasn't expecting it. And I said, well, you could come back this evening. We have another class. He goes, well, I'm off at whatever time, 5 o'clock. I go, our class is at 6. I go, come back at tomorrow morning. We have a class at 10 o'clock. Come back and check out how we're doing. So I went to run off, and he says, okay, great. Looks like you're doing what you got to do. So I left, and my friend was hanging out at the studio. I went to help somebody do some work. I get a call like an hour or 2 hours later and saying, oh, Delta bylaw's back, and they have some paperwork. I had a sinking feeling in my stomach that something's gonna happen. They're gonna shut me down or something. So I went back there and I met him and his supervisor, and she was kind of not as nice as this kid, and was basically like, your business license suspended by order of the mayor and Delta Council. I'm like, what are you talking about? This guy just came here, and I agreed. We're socially distancing, and he's gonna come back tomorrow and check our classes. Well, we don't have any proof you're gonna do it and all this. So again, I was blindsided, and so I just took the piece of paper, and now I had to digest what was going on. But at the same time, the phone's ringing, paid emails, people calling me like, you're an idiot, and hanging up and all this kind of stuff. And that afternoon, all the stuff started coming out in the internet, print media. It started coming out, all the articles about me started coming out. And I was like, wow, now the phone calls and emails went exponential. It wasn't just my emails that were passed around. And the CBC article didn't come out till the next day, but this was all kind of print media, and I had no idea what I was going to do, how I was going to survive. And I go, okay, well, everybody, NBA, NHL, all these guys are closing till the end of March. Maybe I can survive till the end of March while I try. And then I'm thinking, well, now I've got such a bad name in the community. Like, the press was like, it was amazing. There's like 8 or 9 articles that people were texting me and sending me. So I let it go. I go, wait out the 2 weeks and I'll see how it goes. And I go, but can I ever recover with this bad stigma in the community? So I'm factoring all of this in, and the landlord wants their rent, and end of April. I'm sitting at home. An article comes up on my phone from the Vancouver Sun, Tiffany Crawford, that the head of Royal Columbian Hospital that I live right beside, that he's calling on Bonnie Henry and the health officials to do stricter lockdowns because they're going to have to choose between life and death, who lives and who dies, and they don't want to be in that position. So I walk over to the hospital because I got nothing to do. My studio's closed. And I talk to a nurse in the parking lot. She tells me it's empty. I walk into the hospital. It's a ghost town. I go over to emergency. It's really slow. I mean, this hospital's by my house. I know it's a really busy hospital. I talked to a couple of people in emergency. They said, no, it's really slow. Or the nurse said, I think it's busy in emergency, but all the beds are empty. I go to emergency. He said, we're really slow, but in the hospital, I believe it's busy because that's where the COVID is. So I left. And 2 days later, or a day later, I go, okay, I'm going to go back to the hospital. Like, this is amping up. Now they're calling in the media, lockdowns till June, July, August. And I go, what's going on here? What am I going to do? I walk to the hospital. This time I walked through several floors. I live streamed it. It's empty. Christopher, it's empty. There's nobody in there except the COVID unit had a couple of people in there. Like, if you watch this video, which YouTube took down, it was empty. Then I drive to a testing site. It's empty. I drive through there. There's no cars. I ask them some questions and I drive through. And I visited about 4 other hospitals that day. I went to St. Paul, St. Joseph, Vancouver General. So went to a bunch of these hospitals, and it's the same story. I talked to a doctor at one place, doctor at actually 2 places. And anyways, somebody got tricked.
So yeah, I'm gonna give you all a break. Please donate. Donation link in the comments section to Mac, so we don't seem like a bunch of assholes that put Mac in this bad position. At least we can, be decent people. All right. Yeah, I want to make a banner. I want to make a banner. Let me get y'all some music. Something more Mac-ish. Since it is a Mac Day, I declare this Mac Day. Pretty sure I had it in my channels. Pretty sure I had it in my channels. Playlist. Where's my song? It's not really what I wanted. Hold on. What was it? It was ew. Where's that song? No, thank you. I will just look. Let's see what we got here. Oh, it's only 15 seconds. Oh, that's commercial. Okay. What did I do with that? That's too much. That's not Canada, right? Okay, back to regular scheduled program. That was pretty.
Triggered, sent that to the media. A big piece comes out on Global News. This was a TV piece. I'm getting, again, the hate emails and death threats, and all of this starts up again after 2 weeks later, just as it died down. People from across Canada are like sending me stuff. I mean, I got a few people saying, right on, buddy, we're with you, expose the lies. But it was like 20, 30 to 1. Now, here I am with my business. I got to figure out what I got to do. I can't pay the rent. They're saying we can't open until June. I don't know what I know right now, because right now I would have told them to do that. And, I would have kept going until I couldn't pay the bills. But I had to make a decision. I have a lot of stuff in my yoga studio. I live in a small condo here. So a lot of the yoga studio is 5 times bigger than my condo. So I was storing my hockey equipment and all this kind of stuff at the studio. We had our laundry we did there, Anyways, I had to make a decision. I had to pull everything out before the landlord locks the door and I lose all of that. So I lost the studio that way, and I found out subsequently, a month or two later, some opportunist went in there and signed the lease, and he's got the new space that I put $500,000 building out. Because I thought, okay, here's your key. I got my stuff. I'll come back in a few months and figure out if I can renegotiate a lease and continue my business, right? Once they lift these things. So that happened back in April, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the summer. I'm affected by all of this, and I'm going to rallies and protests and being vocal about it, and then the mask mandate starts, and it's just getting disgusting. The stores are getting us to stop the flow of oxygen. I'm seeing masks on kids. It's really disgusting me. Airlines, I got banned. I'm looking, do I need to relocate? And I flew up to Whitehorse because I had heard good things about it. I go, I'm going to check out this, and maybe I need to get out of the city, and I'm going to go up there. Well, Air Canada, all I did was question their mask policy and tell them I had medical reasons like panic attacks from wearing masks and not getting oxygen. Well, for challenging their policy, right at the gate, I went through security. I mean, I didn't challenge it. For asking questions, I got right to the gate, and then they had another supervisor there, and they said, you're not going to fly with us today. Now, I got a good deal because I have family that works for Air Canada. I'm like, what are you talking about? I got to get on this flight. I have like Airbnb, etc. waiting there. Like, this is a week I took off. And they're like, no, you're not allowed to fly on Air Canada, and we'll refund your money. And I said, for what? He said, for not wearing a mask. And I said, I'm wearing one. I agreed to wear one, and I was going to deal with the doctor stuff later. I didn't know. You guys didn't tell me I needed a doctor. Anyways, they never gave back my money. They never responded to me. They never responded to me on the website until about a few weeks ago, they said you're permanently banned from Air Canada. Oh yeah, he said, you're not wearing a mask. I said, I'm wearing a mask. I agreed with your other supervisor. And then he changed his tune to, well, you're challenging our mask policy. I go, how is that grounds for fucking, for getting barred on this flight? But he wouldn't, these guys don't answer questions. So my life is being affected by all of this, right? Then I had to go to another airline and I had to pay 3 times as much to get on this flight.
Yep, I know it's brutal. Let's drill back on obviously what this is about. So this happened. When did this trespass initially occur for you? Was it earlier this year? And
with studio?
Yeah,
that happened in March when they started shutting everything down, right? Mid-March, March 19th.
Okay, so when did you get the fines in that?
For right now, the quarantine?
Yeah, the quarantine fines, correct.
Okay, yeah, so I was just getting to that. And then, so now, time's gone by. My subscribers for my YouTube channel wanted me to send me to a Flat Earth event, Flattoberfest, a few weeks ago. I wasn't going to go. I can't afford it, but they donated and wanted me to go. And I had the best time there. And I come back and I knew there was going to be like this 14-day quarantine thing, but I knew it didn't apply to me. It applied to a traveler. Traveler is defined as a person, and a person, as we know, is not a man or a woman. So they tried to get me to fill out a form, which I didn't fill out at first, but basically I filled it out because they were pressuring me and kind of, the RCMP was standing off to the side, and I just wanted to get home. I had 3 flights that day, over 12 hours of flying to get back home from the East Coast of the U.S. So I signed it under all rights reserved, and I left. And then they said, well, we're going to check on people. I go, whatever, right? I kind of stood up to them at the airport a little bit. I go, this doesn't apply to me. I don't want to fill it out. Do you agree I'm a man? And she said, well, you're a man, but you've been traveling, so it applies to you. You got to quarantine for 14 days. Whatever, I left the airport, I went home. The next day I went on with my business, went to meet a friend of mine because we're trying to work on paperwork to sue Air Canada for the trespass that they did to me back in August. Well, I got a call at 4:30 from my daughter who never calls me, and I'm like, I'm wondering, is everything okay? Like, she's home alone. And I go, hey, are you okay? She goes, the police are here. So the police coming by traumatized her, and she was afraid to come back, didn't want to be home alone. Because they took the phone and said, well, you're not at home. We're going to leave a ticket and we're going to be back tomorrow. I said, okay, whatever. Next day, I waited for them. This is the New Westminster Police, the city that I live in. So I waited for them right in the morning, 10 o'clock, actually, an RCMP officer came by. I'm like, okay, are you handling this or is New West Police handling this? He's like, I just got told to come and check on you. I go, whatever. He was a nice guy, so I just said, whatever, and he left. So that evening, 7:30, the same officer from New West Police, Officer Chong, came by, gave me another ticket, said, rip up your old ticket. Now I'm serving you. He goes, make sure you're home. We're going to be checking on you all the time. I go, whatever. You don't have jurisdiction. I said, what jurisdiction are you operating under? What's your name? Have I committed a crime? They don't answer questions, these cops. They're cowards. Sorry, Christopher, I'm not as nice as you are. And so he left. So that was Thursday by now. Friday, we had got our notice of liability done. Jason, my friend Jason and I. So I went to the police station to serve him with a notice of liability, and I was going to do a conditional acceptance on the fine. Well, I went by the police station. They because of COVID, they're not open. So I waited outside for an officer to come down. Nobody came down. I go, you know what? I'm not wasting my day here. I left it in the door and I left. And I said, I'm going to send him a registered mail one anyways. I didn't get around to that till Monday after the weekend. But Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I was out doing my thing. I went to the protest here. I gave a speech about my experience. I'm outspoken, though. I did say, it's like toilet paper. This fine is pretty much like toilet paper. It's $1,150. And I guess there's a guy in my building who doesn't like me, and he's been calling the police and saying, get this guy, you got to arrest him, you got to find him. So Monday I'm out all day. I sent the paperwork in by registered mail, and I come home at 11, just after 11 p.m. I go to pull into the underground of the building, and I see a police car to the side, an SUV. I pull it, I open the gate, his lights go on, I drive into the underground. He comes running and goes, Makin Parhar, you're under, and I'm like, who the fuck are you? And he goes, Constable Hildebrand. And I'm like, he goes, you're under arrest. I go, what for? What crime? Of course, these guys don't never answer that question. I go, have I committed a crime? Is there a victim? But he said, you're under arrest. Get out of the car. I told him to F off. And I said, I'm going to park my car because I'm not going to let you tow it. I'm going to go park in my parking spot. Then you can arrest me. So he looks around. Where's your parking spot? I told him it's just down the way here. There's one exit. So he let me park my car. I got out. They grabbed me, put me in handcuffs, started reading me my rights. I kept asking them. I said, this is a false arrest. Is there a crime? Is there a victim? Well, they ignored me. They arrested me, took me to the jail, and cut my property, the drawstrings on my track pants, and wouldn't answer my questions. I declined to call a lawyer. I didn't want to get snagged in their system. I didn't understand like how well. I thought they're just arresting me to scare me. I'll be out in the morning. This is like a bullshit statute, like a driving offense in my eyes. And I got thrown in jail. And at about 2:00, one of the officers comes back in, and he's trying to get me to ID myself because they haven't ID'd me yet, and I didn't have any identification on me. It was in my car. And under duress, I mean, I'm all groggy. He kept asking me for my name, and I said, no, I don't want to give you my name right? And then finally, I just said, under duress, I'll provide my name and birth date, which they left out of their report. And and then the officer that gave me the first fine came in later that night or morning and gave me another $1,150 ticket. He goes, I'm going to leave it in your possession. I spent the day in jail. I didn't get my bail hearing till after 3:00. I didn't know if I was going to get out. I go, I don't want to spend another day in jail here. Now I'm freaking out. Nobody knows where I am, Chris. They don't care that I could have had a small daughter. I could have been a single parent. I could have an elderly parent or relative I'm taking care of. I could have pets. They didn't care. They didn't ask for anything. So I'm like, nobody knows where I am. How am I going to get out of here? I start freaking out that I better call my lawyer because the duty counsel guy hasn't called me back. Well, I get my bail hearing. Crown, I try to challenge jurisdiction, but I wasn't prepared. I'm sleep deprived. It's cold in the cell. There's a loud event. I can't hear what they're saying. Crown comes out and says they want to detain me because I'm a risk to public health. I'm being flamboyant. I'm not socially distanced. I'm hugging people and I'm going out. I'm not wearing a mask anywhere. I'm going into stores and challenging their mask policy. Nowhere do they say that I have a medical note, which I do. They leave that part out to the judge. And then they want me detained. So now I get really scared. So I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to be in jail. I got to make a phone call. Ultimately, the judge settles for not releasing me on my own recognizance, but releasing me with a surety. Not like keeping me in jail, but getting somebody else to be responsible that I'm going to follow the quarantine and his orders, release orders, with a bail. But I can't make the call. They don't let me make the phone call. I signed the papers. They tell me that I can phone from the jail. The judge says you're going to get transferred to a bigger jail. You can't be in the city police jail. I go, okay, but when I get to the jail, all of a sudden I'm a COVID death threat that I'm a potential carrier, and they segregate me. They won't let me use a phone. They don't let me shower. I'm in there for 4 days. I can't communicate with anybody. Nobody knows that I'm in there. Then media articles. So I think the same guy that has a grudge on me started calling the media, and then I didn't know. I mean, if you Google my name, Makin Parhar or Mac Parhar plus quarantine, you'll go 4 pages on articles right now with the amount of publicity this has gotten. And so my friends started looking for me. I thought I'm going to stay there over the weekend. I refused a COVID test in the beginning, but I'm like, oh my God, I don't think I can handle a weekend in segregation here. They told me you need to do the COVID test, a couple of days, it comes back. If you're negative, you can use the phone. So I even submitted to the COVID test, even though I know there's 50 to 90% false positives, just so I can use the phone by Saturday and get out on Monday. Because I had the bail. Somebody just needed to sign it, but I couldn't communicate to somebody. You know what I mean? And that's all it was. And I spent 4 days, 90 hours total in jail between the city jail and the pretrial jail in segregation. Luckily, I got out Friday before the end of the day. Now, those fines were from October 28 and October 30th. And then for not being home on October 31st, November 1st, and November 2nd, those they turned into 3 counts of violating the Quarantine Act. And that's what they're charging me with. And there's up to $750,000 fines and or 6 months in jail that I'm facing. So that's where I am. And that just happened last week, actually. So it wasn't a few weeks ago. And then I got out and I'm just, was so overwhelmed, obviously, being in jail and all of that. And then I go, okay, I got to figure out how I'm going to go about this. And I've been reaching out to people, and I apologize I reached out to you late, and I'm so appreciative that you see some merit in this, and it's how important this one is.
Of course, it's not a matter of whether to me, right? You're another one of these angels, right? A guy who's tough, it's right in the moment, right here and now. This is what I'm bringing forth with everybody through my work that I've been doing. This is real time for this man that you're looking at here, okay? This is very important that everybody understand. You see how they're using, which I've been showing and sharing with everyone, how they're applying these acts, these codes, these statutes. They're trying to apply to it people through all this theater. So I'm going to step in here and I'm going to do what I can to help protect this man, okay? And anyone that's in BC, if he's physically going down to this courthouse, you should join him if you can get in there. Because, I mean, we have to all start to come together. You have to stop and think for a second. Who has this man in before you here today? Has he caused any wrong or harm to another man or woman? No. Right? He's not in breach of any contract. These people that write the emergency acts or acting as healthcare ministers, the premier, or whatever, or even the man acting as a judge, they don't have anything to do with this man. He's caused them no wrong or harm. So we need to simply understand that we got to address the jurisdiction, which it's very difficult to try and challenge when you're in cuffs, you're in their jail. But now that you're out of it, and I do wish that we did have a little bit more time, but I think that's just the big guy upstairs saying to me, all right, Chris, you got tomorrow to basically get it to them and get her done. And I think we'll get it done quite well tomorrow. So it'll be, everything is unique and how we do these filings. And then we're going to share these filings with everybody. You're in court on Monday, and then hopefully we'll be talking to you Monday night again, if all goes well. And like I said, I expect that this will at least put a shot across their bow, metaphorically speaking, so that they understand that what is actually going on here. And this is why we have to bring this out into the light. The conversation that I've been talking about with everybody isn't just this kumbaya conversation, where it's all this wishy-washy, we're all going to get through this and we're all going to, this is real serious stuff. Look at this man. I take my hat off to you, brother, because, you've been completely destroyed. And I know what it's like to have your life's work taken from you, right? And then when you go to seek the justice of it, you actually see that these people that are supposed to be providing honorable services to you, the word honorable is right in their title. They're doing anything but being honorable with you. So what we're going to do is I'm going to put together this paperwork tonight for Mac. And we're going to get this stuff filed. We're going to go at the man who's acting as the justice. Okay, we're going to put him on notice tomorrow. A few of the other players that are involved in this, and I'm going to get them to file a claim if we can get that into the courthouse. We'll see how that goes, but get a claim that way so that claim that he files tomorrow. All right, as I told him, he takes it out once he gets his copy, or if we can do it electronically filing, then we make a copy of that, and then you're going to place that file that he's just the court he's just established, the MAC or the Pahar court, then what you'll do is you'll decide which way you want to go with this. And then, like I said, we'll get it filed into the courthouse tomorrow, and then you're going to place that into their court file, right? It acts as a notice to them as well, because when the judge opens up his case file that they're moving against him right now, not against him, but against this fiction, all this acting legal world, now he's going to have a notice of appearance, all right? How this man's appearing in front of him, very short few sentences. He's going to have a notice of liability that lets him know, listen, Jack, if you try and administrate property without right, I'm just honorably telling you, any man or woman that does this, not just in this courthouse, you're liable to me, right? And then you're going to basically drill down, and we're going to address he's going to see that, oh my God, this guy's going to file a claim against some very prominent people here, right? Now, how many people arrested you total?
2 cops were mainly arresting me, and 2 were assisting. One guy stood back, and another guy got more involved at the police station with my phone. So his name is on the police report. That 4th guy, I don't see his name anywhere. And there's a bunch of them, half a dozen or so, involved behind the scenes of the investigation. They were watching all my YouTube videos, writing down when I was out in public and when I was doing what.
So what they actually done within that corporation is they've conspired against this man, right? But what they've basically they're creating constructive fraud against this man, okay? Through their ignorance. I mean, these people are supposed to be good or whatever, but you've got 4 people now that have trespassed against them. And ultimately, it's the people that train them that put them in that capacity. So you go and address the top man or woman of that organization. Now, as Mac knows, if we had a little bit more time here, a couple more weeks, then I could get some just notices, some decent communications out to these people to try and really bring this to the light before we have to go to court. The last thing you ever want to do is file a claim. You know, you always want to try and settle things on the the honorable side as best as you can. But this man's been dragged through the mud. Right? Enough is enough. This crap went down. So it's basically, I'm glad he's contacted me when he has. So we'll get this filed into the courthouse for you tomorrow. You're going to actually do the filing that, and I'll get the court papers work to you by tomorrow morning. And then we'll come back on this either Monday night or Tuesday at the latest, depending on how the weekend goes. But I would like to redo this with you again on Monday night. We'll do a quick follow-up, just how the court went in there today. I expect he's going to ignore everything you put in. He's not going to like it, but you just have to learn to stay in your square, as I've told Mac, okay? That's the biggest problem. When people get in there, they want to talk because they're nervous, right? And they're threatening you, they're doing whatever. You just got to learn to stand on that square. And I'm going to talk to Mac about a few things that he can just simply say to always, like I say, when you're standing there and your paperwork is filed into that courthouse, you don't have to say anything else. That's why you've honorably done that. You don't want to have any confusion on what are the words and what is being communicated or asked or responded to by me. That's how I approach it. So that's how it's going to come across from Mac and paper. He says, I'm honorably standing here. You have my paperwork, which we're going to confirm that they do have it. Once Bob or Susie confirms that they have it, that's wearing the black robe, then you just simply stand there and say, I have nothing further to say at this time, as noticed in my paperwork, which it's going to say on one of the notices, right? I have nothing further to say here in this court. So I take my hat off to you, Mac. I mean, this is incredibly traumatic for you, your family. It does, and even the whole thing, it's not just being locked up in jail for a few days, it's the whole thing that's come down on you. It's been ever increasing on your life, which was completely tranquil. It was a beautiful life you were enjoying, sharing, building a business, and then all of this gets ripped away because of a lie, right? We have the evidence. We all know that this is based on a lie, and that's why we have to move this conversation that we were having here tonight. It's got to be brought into a public courthouse, and the people have to see it with people under oath or affirmation, and that's when the truth really shines, because if they don't have evidence counter to the truth that we all have surrounding what is going on here, surrounding this COVID-19, and again, the numbers that they're releasing don't lie. They're such small numbers. Like I said, it's none of this is no pandemic. It's all being done intentional, and you've been caught up in this, and they use you as a guinea pig so they can make an example of you. And that's what they're going to look to do. You can bet CBC is probably going to be there in the court on Monday, right? They're going to want to see what goes on here because they want to make you look as worse as possible. But you know damn well the second that if you were able to bring these people in to a correct court moving under common law, none of them have the right. Right? None of them have rights. They're acting for first and foremost. So they got duties and obligations, but none of them had the right to do what they did to you because they don't have an obligation with you or the service corporation. They're not going to claim your property. And we all know no man or woman can administrate property without right. That's how simple it is. And you know what would turn it around for Mac right now, or we wouldn't even care about this crap that's going down on Monday, is if the rules of civil procedure are out of the way. As soon as those rules of civil procedure are out of the way, Mac and every other man and woman in this country is going to have no problem moving our claims into these courthouses. And this is how a great man like this, who's taken the time to learn who he is, to start to understand the difference between legal and lawful, he understands this right and wrong, but now he's actually seeing the pathway forward, right? And I take my hat off to you, Mac, because you're very courageous to do this and stand up at this time, especially because it's so compounded with everything that's going on right now around our world. But as I said to Dolores Cahill, all of us have to stay on this train. We just have to stay on this train right to the end. We don't get off it. We stay right on it with this truth, right? And once that truth gets to that destination, which is the larger masses are aware of the rules of procedure, my friend, I'll be standing right beside you in Breezy. I'll fly right down there with you. Because I'll have to wonder if we're at masks or stuff then on the airplanes. But I'll be right there shoulder to shoulder with you going into the court on that day. But I got a little bit of cleanup work here to do in Ontario, but it doesn't mean I can't reach across the land, so to speak, to my fellow brother. And let him know that he's very much loved, and there's millions of people, I guarantee you, that will be feeling for you and understanding. And please say a prayer. Prayer is not a point of weakness; it's a point of strength. Actually, say a prayer for Mac here for this coming Monday, for his family, to put them at peace, to put them at ease, and let them know that they're not going to be alone through any of this. No matter what happens on Monday, we are going to stay the course with this, and we're going to continue forward. And remember, all of these people that are trespassing, at the end of the day, we have to learn to forgive them. But when you put the truth in front of them, as we're doing now, if they intentionally further compromise this man's rights and further terrorize him and cause him this enormous wrong and harm, then there has to be accountability. And that's where all this comes to play, right? And this is what's going to happen. So, like I said, is there any last words you want to talk about here, Mac, before we sign off?
No, I mean, it's not easy. You know, when I was in jail there, I was thinking, why am I here? I've been, you know, the last month or so, a lot of grace of God was looking over me. And then when I wound up in jail, I go, how are these guys waiting there? These thugs, these robots that just snatch me and throw me in jail. And what am I doing in here? And I can't make a phone call. Now I'm in here for day after day. And then the thought came to me that I'm supposed to be here. I'm supposed to go through this. I'm supposed to see how sick this world is, how depraved it is for any kind of humanity, the players that are involved here. And I didn't know what I would do when I got out. There would be highs and lows of, I'm going to fight this full on, to maybe I need to back down. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe this is kind of the lesson, like, stop being so outspoken. But when I got out and I realized all the subscribers and my friends were actually looking for me, calling hospitals, calling jails, calling courthouses, and just making such an effort to find me. I'm like, okay, like you said, I have to jump on this. We got to keep this at the forefront, because this is, you know, an injustice to a lot of people. A lot of people just comply. You know, I go out of town for 5 days and then I got to come back and jail myself for 2 weeks. That doesn't even make sense. I'm in jail. They're doing health checks on me, vital checks, blood pressure, etc., oxygen and temperature. And they're like, you're perfect. You're like, nothing wrong. Absolutely perfect. On the one hand, I'm absolutely perfectly healthy. On the other hand, you think I have a deadly contagious virus that's going to kill everybody in your prison. It's just, you know, it's funny and just mind-boggling. But, you know, and then I reached out and talked to some great people. I talked to Amanda Holman, I talked to Cal Washington, and now I've talked to you and Mike Kavanaugh. And, you know, you guys had success at this system, this beast. I haven't, you know, I've been learning it, a slow drip over the last 5 years, but nothing really to stand up and do it. So I'm so blessed that you're willing to walk me through this and be the support and the community behind me that wants to see this through for everybody's freedoms, right? Just like my friend Michael, you know, who you're helping out there in Ontario. And, you know, I feel my family's calling me saying, why you? Why do you have to do it? Why do you care? Like, you know, there's nobody else there. You're the one who's going to suffer. Your reputation. I didn't ask for it, Chris. I just want to skate and play hockey, you know.
Yep.
I want to enjoy time. I just want to enjoy time with my family, my daughter and that, and my friends. I didn't choose this. I don't want to be sitting here all day with a table full of paperwork and, you know, having to fight this right now. But,
and that's the beauty of what we're doing, and this is why we have to lead by example here, right? Everything that we're doing is all pen to paper. It's all honorably put, but the words are powerful, what we're putting forward to these people. They do not like these, because we are shining a very bright light in a very dark place that they've not wanted a light shined on before. And that light's only going to get bigger and brighter, and this is how it happens, okay? We're leading by example here in how we're caring and acting in ourselves. They cannot attack us as nut jobs because they attack the paperwork, right? If what we're claiming is not true on these papers, they get filed, then obviously we're nut jobs or whatever. That's fine. But the fact of the matter is, everybody now simply understands the power of this paperwork that's going in on the weekend, on Saturday, hopefully. So I just want to thank you for being here tonight, Mac. It was a real pleasure, and I want the people to know that's why this is so important. And you know, Justice St. Christie, I mean, I hope everyone picked up on there. He's a friend of Michael Sukleski's, right? When I knew that, I didn't know that when I read your email. I had no idea. And you didn't mention that in the first email communication. I don't believe you did to me. You gave me the whole story it was going. You might have said it at the end or something. But at the end of the day, it was like, this is too coincidental, you know, for all of this to be happening. Not just like I'm going through Mike's roster of all these people that have problems or something, you know, but the fact that you have the background with the CBC and that it was actually the foundation of how long ago this began and then getting up to this point, it's perfect timing. And that's why I want people to understand is that I can't take on any new cases, but in this particular case, because the man is in court on Monday, we've got to get some paperwork in. I can write something quickly to show people, at least this is a good way at how I can show people right now when they see what we do. This is what you can do if you're in these similar situations right now. But the conversation's got to come out in this courthouse that this man is wearing the robe, that he has no jurisdiction control over this man before you here this evening. If he's an honorable man wearing the robe, he has to recognize that. he's not going to want to recognize that because the court that it's moving under is a legal proceeding and they can't hear anything else outside of it. That's why we put things to them in writing, and that's why Mac will say very few words possible when he's in there. He'll always say, my honorable communication is before this court today. I have nothing further to say at this time, and let your paper stand. You can say to them, if there's something you don't understand, I'm more than happy to respond in 48 hours, but I do not wish to have any, confusion with what I'm communicating. That is why I've placed everything honorably before you here today, sir. You can call him the Honorable Justice, whatever. I like to call him Bob or Susie, whatever their first name is. But at the end of the day, that's what it ultimately boils down to, okay? You're challenging jurisdiction like, look, Bob or Susie, you cannot proceed any further in this court case right now because this man's honorably put forward in front of you. What is the jurisdiction of this court that's moving right now? Who's got a verified claim in this court that I've caused wrong or harm? There is no man or woman. Well, what's going on here? There's people that work for a service corporation that say that I owe some sort of a debt. Well, bring forward the man or woman. See, when you look at who's actually moving this court against them, it's going to be the municipality or the township, whatever it is. That's probably who's going to be moving this case against them. It might be at the Attorney General's office on behalf of the larger service corporation at the provincial level, but most likely for these infractions and stuff that are going on, if they're playing the act, it depends how they flip the coin, right? How much of how should we say, an example they would like to make you of, so to speak. But just know that it's all theater. Okay, and that's why I say to everybody, I'm leading by example with the Sukleski claim here. If they throw it out of the court, which this is what they want to do with all their heart, because this conversation cannot come forward in truth that the rules of civil procedure don't apply to the people, because all of a sudden the bar is destroyed. Okay, we didn't create this problem, you and I, Mac. We were born into this system, and it's our time to come forward, men and women, to stand up and address it powerfully. And this is how we do it, right? This is how we do it. So anyways, sorry, my connection says seems to be at the moment, so you're audio only. Okay, we've gone to audio only. Well, you're probably tired of looking at me anyways. Anyways, Mac.
I was just going to say the other synchronicity. I don't know if you got my email. My friend in Ottawa is friends with Randy Hillier's daughter and knows him as well, and I told him to make sure he gets in contact with you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's great. I really appreciate that. And I will be talking to Randy hopefully in the very near future. Like I said, everything is timed for a reason. There's an awful lot that's going on at my end right now and coordinating. And it's everything. I've just never seen so much around me being attacked. Okay, even like on the court claims, the other stuff that I'm working at right now, the evil is out in this world like never before. It's having a field day. Okay, with the consciousness of mankind, because my fellow man and woman, they just simply don't understand. Still not letting me do this back up here.
Yeah, I'll let you go. I was just gonna say, are you gonna get in touch with me later just to make sure that everything I submitted to you is gonna have you prepped for the night? Yep.
Yeah, okay. I'll give you a call right after this shortly. We'll end this in a couple of minutes here. And but I did want to thank you for coming on here, Mac. And we'll put it down for Monday night for you to follow up with me again, same time, 8 o'clock. And we'll see where this went in court. They're not going to like the paperwork that goes in. But as I said, you don't have any standing in any courts unless you've got your own claim in court that's moving, right? So at least when you walk into this court, hopefully on Monday, you will have been successful tomorrow to get your claim filed. And then that way you can place that in their court case. And then basically we go from there, right? We take one step at a time. But this should at least put everybody on notice that, hey, we're going to have this conversation whether you like it or not. It's out in the open here. This has to stop against the people, okay? And we're not just sitting here saying you got to stop doing it. We're showing exactly how they've been doing it and what they've been getting away with through their ignorance, and they have to stop because they have to answer those 3 questions, obviously, right? And then we get those rules of civil procedure out of the way, and then it's going to be a beautiful world, Max. So with all my heart, thank you very much. Love you, brother, and we'll talk to you real soon.
Thank you. I appreciate you and love you too, Chris.
Great. Bye. Take care. So that was a wonderful conversation with Mac tonight, and I thank everybody for being here for this. So this is what's before us right now. I've got some other things that are happening in real time that I'm also going to bring forward, but again, I've just got to wait a couple of more weeks here as it works its way out through the system, so to speak. But there is a lot of stuff that's going on right now. There's a lot of communication. There's a lot of cohesiveness that's going on. And like I said, I was so happy to get a call today from Dolores. I just love her to death. She's an incredible woman, incredibly courageous, incredibly brilliant, incredibly, smart, she's just an incredible gift to this world right now. And that's what I'm saying. These lights, I didn't know Dolores from Sunday until, maybe 3 weeks ago or whatever, when we first communicated. And now look at it today, we're all coming together. And that's why this truth is resonating. That's moving through this world with the common law. People are starting to understand now that the common law was something that they've never been told about. And then of course they're going down little rabbit holes here and there, but hopefully they'll eventually make it to my site. They'll make it to some of these live streams. streams.
That's
And
how
hopefully
I
they'll
feel,
get a
Mike.
chance to
They're all
talk to
gonna
all
get
of you at some point, or
vaccinated.
through an email, communication, or text, to
Don't-
simply understand, you know, what it,
That's how I feel. It's like they're all gonna be. And I miss, like, I love you people, and I don't want you to get vaccinated, and I want you to stick around. So what's next? So let's say hi to Zoom Truth, Mike Fox. I'm in here doing my show.
You drinking my beers?
Well, you just told everybody I was drinking your beers.
You been drinking my beers?
Hope you brought some home.
I didn't bring it home.
I'm drinking your beer.
Drank.
I'm on my third.
I need to get some more.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta run to Eric's to get some.
Okay.
I'll take it there with me. You mind wrapping these? These are the buckets I bought here a while back. It'd be a nice little present.
Yeah, just.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know you bought hats.
Yeah, that's like $5 from all three.
Okay, well, we got plenty of hats now.
This stuff I already bought. I put it in my desk and I forgot all about it.
Oh. I was vaccinated like 9 times. I'm sorry about that, buddy. I've been vaccinated a lot too. I think the last time I got a tetanus shot. I don't know if that's
Say no to the vaccine.
Mike likes vaxes. Good for you, Mike. We won't have Mike long. Let's enjoy him while we have him. Okay. Alright, let's finish this up. Oh, let's check to see if we got any donations. Well, we got one, so that's all that matters. But yeah, if y'all would like to donate, I got a link in the comments pinned, and you can just click that link and donate to Mac. So we can, he's in court right now, and it's pretty bad, guys. I'm not lying. It's a lot. I'm sure his family's not happy with us right now as a group, and I just want to show him some love. Like, we're not awful. We'll pay for a few things. You know what I'm saying? We're not that awful. We promise. Where is my link? This is. Oh, there it is. And then we can change it. I like this one. Free Mac, free Canada. Okay, so the donation is in the comments pinned on top. So just click that if you'd like to donate to Mac. So as a group, we don't seem like a bunch of a-holes. Thank you.
Do not give him any money.
Hush. Sloan?
He's a shield.
That's not right. Stop it. He's not a shill. I've met him 2 times. He's awesome.
what is going on here, and that we simply just have to drill down on that public courthouse collectively, and we're going to turn this world around big time. And this is where the fight begins, right? The enemy is the bar. It always has been the bar. And these people, as we always approach it from, as my communications will see, as you see that go out tomorrow, are honorable. But I always, within there, I always state that, listen, we've all been lied to here. What all that matters is that when we're presented with the truth, whether we like it or not, some people don't want to face the truth. A lot of people of the society we don't belong to, the bar, they're definitely in that category. So what we want to do here is we want to make sure that we're always showing, because I know the world's going to see this. The world's starting to see this now. And then just so you know, from a numbers perspective, I can't tell you everything that's going on, but Dolores Cahill, her last communication that went out on Monday, that was actually surrounding masks, that they've proven now that it can cause brain damage, etc. And they were taking the Deutsche Bank to task or whatever. But it started out with a $13 million.
Right.
$13 million.
You
13 million
are
people. It
banned.
went viral. And then she just told me tonight, she says it was much larger than that. It got around to almost 1 billion people around the world.
Time
Okay.
out.
And that's not hard to do when you understand the scale and the capacity of this infrastructure network
Here's
that's
the-
out there
I'm gonna make
today.
you a moderator.
That is why it's a double-edged sword for the system. That is why these very platforms, the vehicles that people have been using to communicate and share this truth with, okay, they're being shut down. YouTube's, Facebook, okay? So now's the time. You have to start to see when that's a tell. Okay, when they're taking down all these YouTubes, that means something is coming. They're pushing for something very, very horrific to happen in this world. Okay, they're not doing that to protect you. They're doing it to protect themselves from the truth. And you've got to wake up. You got to start waking people up out there. Okay, they've got to get involved in what's going on. They got to understand what's going on. You don't have to go down all these rabbit holes. Like I say, just tell them this, that there is a powerful truth that's coming forward right now of a lie that was told to all of us, you know, about 10 months ago, actually almost a year ago. My God, where's the year gone? Right when this whole thing began. And now we have the evidence, the very records from the CDC and the WHO. Remember, the WHO, that's why YouTube shut me down, as they always refer to, because it didn't fall under whatever with the WHO or the CDC were saying and reporting. Well, the WHO is the World Health Organization. It is a service corporation that we, the people in the world, didn't create. A bunch of very rich people that are in control of a very higher up system created the World Health Organization. That's why they give it those names, so it matches like the Federal Reserve, right? In the United States, to my brothers and sisters to the south. See how they're tricking everybody and they play everybody, and then of course the media just repeats it and they hammer it home. Well, the WHO is the World Health Organization. We have to trust them. They're a service corporation. They're just a corporation that's in the pharmaceutical business, right? For vaccines, same as the CDC. CDC is a service corporation that's in the vaccine industry. So we're taking all these dictations through the media from the very people that are going to profit wildly.
I bet Dr. Green Thumb is the troll here is I bet that's Mac's neighbor. Are you Mac's neighbor?
Because why wouldn't you want everyone vaccinated in this world? Forget what God created. Oh, we need these vaccines in everybody so that we can really rape home the profits, right? Because everyone starts getting sick, right? People, if not dying, well, we need more drugs. We've come through more problems, right? Well, everything was fine a long time ago. As far as I'm concerned, our Creator created a system and a body that is absolutely incredible. If we were so smart, why is no one in this world replicated a body like this in all its capacity, right? That could bring something to life such.
Is it Mac's neighbor? If you're the one that's putting the negative, the don't like button, I bet that's you.
As this, right? And I don't mean artificial insemination. I'm talking real life stuff. You know, I mean actually understanding from seed to the tree, so to speak. And we live in an incredible time right now in this world. And I believe all of us were put on this world, all saying, ending it here, that we were put in this world at this time for this reason. There is no, by coincidence, again, why you're here this evening. There's no coincidence why this truth is starting to resonate and perpetuate out into the world right now. This truth time has come. It's a light that's going to get brighter and brighter as we move forward. So please, again, go to Jesse Casanova's, if you can't find it, he should be on Earth United, but watch his red pill that he's put up there. It's an incredible, beautiful little over 11-minute piece that he's done. Love him to death for what he's doing right now. And his application needs a little bit more time to come up. He had some problems with some of the developers that had used in South Africa. And at the last minute, let's just say they caused some problems for him, which he was really devastated because he's made this commitment to the world to bring this forward on the 6th. And I told him, hey, Jesse, I said, you're talking to a guy that's got a PhD in failure. You know, and I said, don't fluff it. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal, brother. I said, you know, the universe makes things happen when they're supposed to happen. And whether we like things or not when they happen, at the end of the day, there's always a reason at the end of the day. So, and it shows itself eventually in time. And that's something that I've learned, being able to look back in my life. It's been, you know, repeatedly reconfirmed to me that why certain things happen at a particular time, they happen for a very important reason. And that's why I'm here today. So With all my love, thank you very much for everybody for being here this evening. And I'm sorry I don't have a little bit of Sly in the Family Stone to walk you out, but it's been great being here with you, and it gives me great comfort to be able to speak with you when I can come on here and bring these people like this forward, because there's millions of people like this man that are all suffering and going through these problems right now. So we can't solve millions of people's cases at once, like I can't do it. But if we take care of one man's case and one man's truth as well with the Sekleski court, then between these two cases or the other work that I've done here, it's a very simple and powerful transition to make this vehicle, this communication, this communication that we've never had, with our fellow man, finally come forward into the light. And it's a really great time in our world right now. So stay hopeful, stay strong. Don't let all this fear and loathing that's out there occurring against you. Stand above it and look to your fellow man and woman and realize that we have to bring this truth forward. And it begins at that public courthouse. And it's all about the rules of civil procedure. And from there, once they see that, then they will see the truth brought in, under oath or affirmation. And then there's no more opinions that's existing outside of that courtroom. Okay, everything's been evidenced. The world knows what's gone on, and then we can start to heal and finally correct and turn this all around. Because without all of us working in conjunction with this, remember, there's 37 million people, I think, in Canada. There's 350 some million people, I believe, in the United States. Okay, add up how many people are in law enforcement in each of those countries. It pales by comparison to the people. So we, the people, have to rise up and we have to lead them forward, because we need them to be on the front lines for this action. They need to take this criminality down. They need to see we're not standing against them. Right? And we're not against people that actually act as lawyers in this world. But when you're given this truth and you understand that you've been lied to, again, a double lie, that's when you got to step up and say enough is enough. And this is how we do it. Okay? So I'm just one man here, right? You don't see me fearful of this bar. You don't see me fearful of any man or woman wearing a coat or a robe. I'm not fearful of any man or woman, no matter what they're acting in any capacity in this world. Okay? And that's how you have to understand that they're my fellow man and woman. When I understand the role that they're acting in, why should I feel threatened by them? Okay, can they do threatening acts to me? Of course they can. Can they trespass against me? Well, they've got all this power stuff around them. Absolutely can. But that doesn't mean I have to leave my square, so to speak, when I'm honorably communicating in this capacity for court. That's why I'm a very difficult, banana for these people, because everything that I speak to is all about love. It's about honor. It's about bringing the truth properly and as required into this world, and everyone's seeing the transition, the process moving forward. It's all transparent in the light. People can see that, yes, what this man is stating is true. They're not responding to the rules of civil procedure. Somebody better, because we're not property. It goes back to those words on a piece of paper. So that's why it's so powerful, and that's why you being here this evening and moving forward in the future, I guarantee you, Mac and Michael, and there's millions of people out there in this world that are listening to these truths and starting to see that this light is going to poke through. And the police are going to be standing side by side with us. They're really slow as hell here in Canada. I don't know if it's all the maple syrup they're eating in the morning or whatever with their, but at the end of the day, we've got to find a way to break through this. It's a communication barrier that we have here, and we've really got to come face to face. Because I just don't get it. Or right now, I got to tell you, from my several years in the courts, there's some guys I've met in these courthouses that are acting in their roles as police officer. Man, they're great guys. They've actually come up to you. They start talking. When they see that they hear you talking in the court, they approach you outside in the hall afterwards and they say, I was looking at some of this stuff. I got this taxation problem. And it's just funny that happens outside the courtroom, but unfortunately there's too many within their brethren, their brothers and sisters that are just simply ignorant of this truth. And we've got to find a way to break down those barriers honorably and get the communication to them. If we all came and sat together at a table for one day, if we could actually get the top people that were honorable and we all sat at a table together and we looked at each other, this truth would get brought out into the light and we would all see the solution moving forward. Everybody would know how to go back within their own acting roles and be able to go through these tentacles throughout the system and take down this corruption very simply and very powerfully. That's why this is so important. But guess what? We can't get to that part until we get the rules of civil procedure addressed and out of the way. It has nothing to do with law and legal, as we said. It's that one question. So stand with me, stand with your world. That message is universal to the world right now, okay? That one question applies to every courthouse in this world. All right, they're applying the rules of civil procedure to us, and that's what is allowing them to allow this theater to go way past where it was ever supposed to go and blocking us from getting access to making a real difference in this world. So have a wonderful evening, everybody, and I look forward to being with you next week. And God bless.
God bless. All righty. Let's play the man's music. Got such a butthead.
Mr. Awesome Man, why did you pull me over? Down, see, down, see, down, see, down, see, down, see, down, see, Mr. Awesome Man, why did you pull me over? Down, see, down, see, down, see, down, see.
Welcome to my life show. This is Kinsley, and this is the beach, and water always reaches its level. Finds its level.
Right. See? It's level, guys. I'm just using the balcony to show how level this water is. Kinsley! Say, thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
She's so cute. She's so cute. Of course, she's mine. So, I'm kind of. We got biased. This one was fun. Back 8 months ago, guys. 8 months ago.
Stars,
I'm just obsessed with this right here, this sign language guy. I don't know what's going on. Okay, sorry, just playing. We'll get back to Mac. There was something I forgot what I was doing now. All right, Lady Lacy here. Good morning. I was just taking the trash down, and I caught one of these moments again. Sun rising. Ready? That's the east. What was that? All right. And then over here, we got the moon, all like see-through like, and not all the way there, which totally just proves their globe model. Set easy, guys. Set. That's funny. Okay, back to Mac. Back to Mac. Shut easy. No, easy. No. Oh my gosh. Whee. Okay. Here we go.
There are some in complete denial that COVID-19 is a threat. A Delta yoga studio director is not only denying the virus is a risk, he's harassing those on the front lines. And as Neetu Garcha shows us, BC's Solicitor General is now threatening action.
Cover your cough, separate yourself.
Matt Parhar is at a drive-through testing center.
Man, they were like freaking out. Keep windows rolled up. There's a sign over there that said keep windows rolled up.
When he shouldn't be.
What a joke.
The COVID-19 denier and flat earth believer posted this YouTube video Thursday at the site in Burnaby. He said he didn't know he needed a referral.
It's just sad how people are just self-isolating themselves and just perpetrating that fear.
This comes 2 weeks after Parhar's yoga studio in Delta was shut down after he misled members in claiming hot yoga fights the novel coronavirus. He claims the studio's license was suspended because of a miscommunication with a bylaw officer, and he wasn't clear about the new guidelines. Still, he continued breaking physical distancing rules according to this video, streamed live on Sunday, of a meetup with children and adults.
So I'm glad I had it. One meetup at my yoga studio before I closed. So we didn't get any harassment. We didn't practice social distancing because COVID-19 is a complete hoax.
Then there's this one.
Just trying to see where I should go. Cardiac, where's respiratory?
Parhar is seen walking through Royal Columbian Hospital over the weekend. He says he was investigating whether the pandemic is real.
Look at this.
In a lengthy phone call with Global News, Parhar cited his freedoms under the Canadian Charter to not believe everything he's told. Here's what BC Solicitor General has to say.
There is a small minority, a very small minority, like this idiot, who are doing what they're doing. You're not essential. Don't cough all over me.
Farnworth says Parhar's actions have been reported to and will be investigated by police, and charges could be laid.
He's calling on the police to investigate. I say bring it on. I say tell the police to go and investigate where this pandemic is.
There is no place for this kind of activity by, to put it bluntly, a narcissistic, self-centered idiot. And that's what this individual is.
Neetu Garcha, Global News.
Good times. Why do I have to keep going back? All right, so this one's very interesting because 3 weeks before I found out viruses weren't real. NASA loves sending people to jail. This is 3 weeks before COVID. I found out viruses were fake.
Welcome to the Lady Lacey Show. How are my little researchers doing this morning? You know, it's been a while. I'm kind of looking rough, you know. But I got my hair color. So, what's going on? Do good.
Yeah, but that's a good one.
What's going on?
Woo, I'm back on
Do good.
$100%, baby.
Earlier today,
This video shows questionable, if not outright dangerous behavior when we should all be social distancing. Why he might soon get what he deserves in just over a minute. While most of us are complying with the public health emergency, there are some in complete denial that COVID-19 is a threat. A Delta Yoga Studio director knows denying the virus is a risk. He's harassing those on the front lines, and as Nico Garcia shows us, BC's Solicitor General is now threatening action.
Cover your cough, separate yourself.
That's why ours is a drive-through testing center.
And they're like freaking out. Windows, there's a sign over there, and I say, windows rolled up.
Like he shouldn't be.
What a chill.
The COVID-19 denier and flat-earth believer posted this YouTube video Thursday after citing Burnaby. He said he didn't know he needed a referral.
It's just sad how people are just self-isolating themselves and perpetrate that fear.
This comes 2 weeks after Palmer's yoga studio in Delta was shut down after he misled members in claiming hot yoga fights the novel coronavirus. He claims the studio's license was suspended because of a miscommunication with a bylaw officer, and he wasn't clear about the new guidelines. Still, he continued breaking physical distancing rules according to this video streamed live on Sunday of a meetup with children and adults.
I'm glad I had it. One week up on my yoga studio just were closed. So when you get into your aspects, you get back to social distancing. Because COVID-19 is traffic. They
there's this one. You kind of see where it should go, cardiac, work respiratory.
Parhar is seen walking through Royal Columbian Hospital over the weekend. He says he was investigating whether the pandemic is real. In a lengthy phone call with Global News, Parhar cited his freedoms under the Canadian Charter, did not believe everything he was told. Here's what BC Solicitor General has to say.
There is a small number, a very small number, like this kitty, who are doing what they're doing.
Parhar says Parhar's actions have been reported to and will be investigated by police and charges could be laid.
There is no place for this kind of activity by, to put it bluntly, a narcissistic, self-centered idiot. And that's what this individual is.
Neetu Garcha, Global News.
All right, people.
Just want to learn something.
Mask activist has been arrested and charged with violating the Quarantine Act. Back in March, Matt Parhar caused controversy when he refused to close his Delta hot yoga studio, claiming the heat kills the COVID-19 virus. As a result, the city suspended his business license. Parhar has also been front and center at a number of anti-mask rallies. Now, after returning from a visit to the U.S., he was repeatedly apprehended by New Westminster police for not complying with a mandatory 14-day curfew. After being given a ticket and observed out of his home again, Parhar has now been arrested and charged with 3 counts of violating the Quarantine Act. He's now being held in custody.
Mr. Parhar was informed by CBSA members when he arrived to Canada of the Quarantine Act. He advised that he was to remain self-isolated in his home for a period of 14 days.
You're that dude enjoying that.
It's clear, after posting some videos on YouTube, that he chose to violate that, where he repeatedly went out into the public, putting others at risk. We take that very seriously. It's putting the citizens of New Westminster at risk.
Now, under the Quarantine Act, the punishment for Parhar's alleged offenses is a fine of up to $750,000 or up to 6 months in jail.
Well, thank you, haters. That's the only one left online.
He just
They took down all of Mac's stuff. They're embarrassed. They're about to lose.
Good evening, everyone. Today's date is Monday, November 16th, 2020. It's been another crazy day here today. My name is Christopher James, and I'm very grateful for everyone being here with me this evening. We're going to do a very short show. We're going to keep this to 1 hour or less, and we're going to drill down on exactly what happened since my last communication on Thursday last week, when a man by the gentleman of Mac of the Pahar family contacted me on the Wednesday night before and shared with me this horrific trespass that has been occurring against him for a very long time now. And I had no idea that this had happened and that the CBC had actually covered it. So upon learning of it, as everyone knew, I brought Mac on the show last week. He explained the horrific actions that have been occurring against him. And then he also described to everybody that on Monday, today, that he was going to be in court. So I just wanted to let everybody know, and first and foremost, thank you all very much for your support last week. I really, truly appreciate it. You know how I feel about the donations, but it's not really a donation. It's a financial support to help fight this evil that we're doing in this world. And every penny of it that I get, as I said, goes right back onto this fight in some way, shape, or form, or to protect I and my family, which is paramount to me right now in this world. So I wanted everyone to know something, that after when I was doing this and the money that came in when we were at the court window and Mac was actually paying, I realized, I said, that I know this man's been through a hell of a lot. So I picked up the tab for the court filing, which was $200. And then I gave him another $100 on top, $300 in total, to help him, assist him out at this time with the additional paperwork and any filing it would have to do. So I just want people to know that, okay, that, the donations, that's what I mean. I use them where I can use them to help with these fights at this time. And Mac was very appreciative. I'm sure he'll say a few words on that himself when I bring him on here this evening. But I just wanted to let everybody know that we are all in this together at what's going on right now. And what happened on Friday last week is what we're going to get into here with Mac here was truly wonderful. Okay, because Mac, I want everyone to know something, is that Mac is he's a great man. He's been through an enormous amount of wrong and harm through this trespass with his family, with his yoga business, and then basically going out of the country for a little bit, traveling, and then when he came back, getting wrapped up in all this crap of being self-contained in your home, lockdown or whatever, under quarantine, all this nonsense that's going on. And for those of you that didn't hear the video from last week, again, we had some kinks here again. Paul and I are still learning with this system. And so we've realized we're not going to send out an automatic link to the streams because they're confused and it was the incorrect stream at the end of the day. So we're going to get very much in the habit that once this stream is done tonight, that I'm going to be able to provide to everybody simply that link to get to that stream. But again, I ask everybody and tell everybody to subscribe to BitChute.com, where I'm there, so you'll get the updates immediately there. My new A Warrior Calls channel, which is my old Christopher J channel on YouTube, is now being populated. Everything's going back up on there, so we're going to be rocking, no problem. The only thing I'm not going to put back up there is the COVID stuff. That will remain on our alternate vehicles for using, video applications such as BitChute, such as Library, such as Rebel, such as Brighteon. So that's the update on where we're at with that side of things, with the back end of my infrastructure. When my YouTube channel got taken down last week, everything happens for a reason. And now I'm going to come back stronger than ever. And this is the perfect timing right now for us to really get all our ducks in a row so that we're ready for this fight that's now before us. So before I bring Paul on, again, I just wanted to thank everybody so much for your continuing support. It means a great deal at this time. There's a lot of, how should we say, pieces of this puzzle now that are moving in parallel. I'm going to follow up again. I'm going to be doing another live stream on Thursday this week, Thursday night. I'm probably going to start doing them every Monday and Thursday, and then maybe try and slip one in on the weekend sometime, or even before that point I will do, because it's very important that as this pace quickens right now, that everybody is kept up to date and up to speed in real time and what's going on. And now we have two enormous case files that are now before the people in our country, and one is in British Columbia and one is in Ontario here, Milton, Ontario, with the Sekleski Court. And I would just like to follow up quickly with that we had another communication from the, I guess you say, the man that's acting as the trustee still for this property of Michael's, this estate. And there's been another check of over $33,000 that's been given to one of the people surrounding this that should not be taken out of this fund and this trust at this time. So they continue to pillage that. And the status that we're on with that right now is that after our last communication that we had, that the communications went directly to the two people acting for the Service Corporation at the highest levels of Canada as the Justice Minister, or whatever, Chief Justice, and then also the man or woman who it was acting as the Chief Justice at the Ontario level for the Ontario Service Corporation. Okay, so they received their communications as well as the two governor generals surrounding the Kleski case. They have not responded back to us other than that they've confirmed that they've received it. And we have not still received any communication from Kendra. That's the woman who trespassed ultimately on this initially at the Milton Courthouse, who's acting as justice, who was the one that was basically saying, we require of you in the next 15 days to submit, your paperwork, your communications in order to justify, or to basically argue the point why this should not be thrown out under the rules of civil procedure. So as we know, the rules of civil procedure remain a sticking point here. And boy, have we got a really great discussion to share with you tonight with Paul. So without further ado, and just so everyone knows, we're going to get back into, I really miss doing the opening videos for these discussions to help sort of set the tone. So I'm going to start ensuring that we get something up for you at the beginning of every show. That's just a little bit something to gather everyone, to quiet everyone's consciousness and mind before we get into these conversations. Okay. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to bring on Mac. Mac, are you there, my friend?
I'm here.
Good to see you. How are you feeling today? You got all rested up now?
Up and down. I'm looking forward to another good night's sleep. It's been quite a energetic up and down day.
Yeah, for sure it has. So let's just, let's go over this, Mac. And again, I appreciate and thank you very much for being here this evening. So everybody just knows, you want to just give them the quick background on your business that you had and what led to this, condense it, in about 30 seconds.
I had a yoga studio. The city shut me down when they took my business license when the COVID lockdowns happened in March. I didn't know about the lockdowns. Bylaw came, told me the city council shutting me down. I was all over the media back then. There was a lot of hit pieces. Skip forward to 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I came back from the US. They want me to quarantine. I said, no, I'm a healthy person. I lived my life. The police came by, issued me a fine for $11.50. They kept coming to my house. They eventually arrested me 2 weeks ago today. 11 o'clock at night coming home, threw me in a slammer. Nobody knew where I was. I got bail at the end of the next day, but I couldn't make a phone call. So I spent 3 more days in jail because I couldn't call anybody to get me out. And now I'm facing charges of violating the quarantine as well, plus 2 $1,150 fines and 3 counts in their quasi-criminal court system.
Right. Well, that's great. Well, thanks for bringing everybody again. For those who missed the show last week, please go back. Come on, everyone, now that I'm thinking of it. That video got finally uploaded to BitChute. Do you realize BitChute's been screwing around with that for the last 2 days? That link? They're not, it says still processing. Working. That's right, saying still processing. And that's the second time I've tried to upload that to BitChute. So they've definitely got a mark or something on my account here. So again, like I say, that's why we're going to have these other platforms rolling out. And I just asked people to bear with us here. We had a major shot last week when the YouTube channel went down, but now we're going to come back and ensure that everybody's got a much more fluid connectivity. Paul and I in the back end again. Hi, Paul. I don't see you there, but thanks so much for being here. He's the gentleman that's providing this incredible software and streaming platform for us, up to 10,000 people. And Paul has just been incredible at supporting Jesse and I over the last 6 months. He's a wonderful man out in Edmonton. And again, I tell him all the time, I love him like a brother, and he's really been incredible in helping and supporting and bringing this truth forward. So again, as always, Paul, thank you. So let's get into this. So after we talked last week, again, thank you for coming on on our discussion last Thursday, Mac. You and I hung up, and then I had a little bit of work, I guess you could say, to do. I hadn't started creating, again, I just found out about this on the Wednesday. So what happened was that I started creating the claim for Mac after the conversation. I think I finished it up around 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, Friday morning. And then Mac and I talked around 9 o'clock his time. And then we started going through the paperwork. So let's walk everybody through here, Mac. First the process, and then we're going to get into the paperwork. We're going to actually show them. So when I contacted you the next day, I gave you the filing that we did, which was, actually, I might as well bring it up on the screen here now. What we have before you here, let me just back this up here. Okay. Okay, that's great. So what we have here is on, this is the documentation that I actually, let me take it down a bit here first before we get to the spot. The good part, here's the first page of the court file, okay, that I want to share and show with everybody. Now, so I can't do that because it makes it small. So I'll just have to bring it down here. Let me just move this over to the side. 2 seconds, people. It's got to do some screen maintenance here. Okay. So that's great. Everybody can see that hopefully okay. I believe that's within the screen. Okay, so what happened is I stayed up all night on Thursday night last week, and I created the claim for Michael, or pardon me, for Mac. Okay, so let's just quickly go over this. It's the same thing again, except you're going to notice a difference. These are all downloadable right now on the Warrior Calls website. You go to case number 5 under the case files, and you're going to see all these documents that we filed on Friday, February the 13th. Are on that download page for you. So please download so that you have a record of these and that you can share these far and wide, and also for educational purposes only. Because what you're seeing that's been filed here is ultimately the way forward for every man and woman, okay, for all of us. It's this simple. It's the same claim that's happening right now for Mac, for Michael, for all of us to basically drill down on the one question. There's only one question that's going to take down all this corruption right now in this world, and that is, do the rules of civil procedure apply to we the people? And we all know by now that the people that are on this call here right now, they do not. If you do not know what the rules of civil procedure are, these are rules that are created by a society, the bar, lawyers, upon which they use to move and operate their court system. It's a private society. It doesn't belong to we the people. We're not part of their society. And always remember, anytime words on a piece of paper are presented in front of you, they do not apply to you. It doesn't matter who's giving it to you, okay? Unless you were present when those words were being written on that piece of paper and you consented to them, or that you have your wet signature or some sort of capacity in agreement to it. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. That's how simple it is when you can fight back with the truth, when you simply realize that foundational truth, okay? Words on a piece of paper do not control a man or woman unless you've consented to it, or unless your wet name's on there on a contract. So that's what the rules of civil procedure that they use to us. Are those words written on a piece of paper? Absolutely. Did Mac or I write them? No, and neither did you. So how can some people that write words put to a piece of paper come into our jurisdiction, our claim, our court in a public courthouse, and somehow have control of it? See, everybody understands the simplicity of that nobody can do that. And yet that is exactly what's happening at our public courthouses. So first, we're gonna kind of miss the first pages because something really wonderful happened with Mac. It wasn't too wonderful at the time, but it worked out really well. So Mac, I'm just gonna go through this quickly for everybody. If you could just bear with me for a second.
No problem.
So these are the first documents that we gave because Mac was in court on Monday. So here's the notice liability that everybody is familiar with now from my past filings, okay? You'll notice that this one's a little bit different than the Sukleski court, okay? All of this is pretty much the same, and then we shortened it up to no woman at said courthouse can administrate my property filing without right. I require a woman acting as registered justice or judge do not trespass on the case. I think Michael's had 13 points. So we just basically tighten it up again, and basically it says liability, trespass on the case occurs if notice liability ignored. So this goes on top of our claim that we put this, and hopefully when we get these public courthouses all sorted out, we're not going to have to do this anymore down the road. Okay, so here's the court. Here you can see it's there. There's the court file number that we got, which is fantastic. Better change that over to a marker before I put some writing on it. And as you can see, there's the stamp, New Westminster, November 13th, 2020 registry. It's actually the name of the courthouse, New Westminster Registry, and their stamp just happens to have the date in the middle of it there. So it's in the Parhar court. Okay, that's this man's last name. Okay, he's holding court. Where? At the Supreme Court, New Westminster Registry, and there's the address of it. When you go and look at filings that lawyers put in, again, we'll just quickly go over this. It would not have this. Okay, all this here would be blocked out, and it would simply be this that we're dealing with here. Okay, so you just have to remember this very significant because you're establishing you're in whose court? Well, that's the court of the man here who's moving his court and claim. He's accessing this public courthouse here. Okay, so we move down the claim here. It says, I, man, Mac of the Parhar family. Okay, prosecutor. And then this is the man, John Hogren, man, Adrian Dix, man, Dave Jensen. This is the man who's acting as premier for the Service Corporation, British Columbia. Okay, we're not messing around here. We're going right to the top people of this organization that is causing all this wrong and harm and requiring them to come into court and under oath or affirmation, they're going to bring their evidence on where they have right to administrate property, people without right. That's the first thing that they're going to address, okay, without a contract in place. Dave Jansen, David Edby, and then a woman, Adrian Schweizer. So we have a total of the Prime Minister. We have the Attorney General that's being the man acting as Attorney General. We have the man that's acting as Minister of Health. We have the man who's acting as Chief of Police, and then a secondary woman who's acting as a Crown Attorney for the Crown Attorney's Office, again, the Service Corporation. So this is all basically the same as the last one. They are the people, okay? We don't use any legal terms. It's prosecutor and people, okay? There's no a claimant, there's no defendants, anything like that. There's no legal terms here. And then as you read it, it further reflects that to the people, right? Because we're referring to those people we've named. A claim of trespass in common law court has been filed against the people by Iman Mac of the Parhar family as prosecutor. The Pahar Court is a court of record moving under the common law and is set out in the following pages filed at a public courthouse, New Westminster Registry, Begbie Street, 651 Caravan Street, New Westminster, etc. I invoke court of record moving under common law, not a legal proceeding. Trial by jury of my peers. Remember, you require a trial by jury. That means that the jury, your peers that are sat, they are all the judges. You do not want a jury trial. If it's a jury trial, the man wearing the robe who acts as a judge. Okay, remember in the common law world, there are no judges except the jury of our peers. If there's a man wearing a black robe operating on behalf of the service corporation, who's supposed to be the most honorable man, ensuring that there's no shenanigans going on in that courtroom, he is a justice. Okay, we never have a judge in our court. He can show up, acting as a judge in the court, but at the end of the day, he has no standing in the Pahar Court. He's been assigned to it. Okay, and he is there under the jurisdiction of the Pahar Court moving forward. And I say all this also for the benefit of Mac, because he has a very large learning curve here to get up to speed with, so that he learns to understand when he speaks, how he speaks, so he doesn't create further problems for him, as he's already witnessed and starting to become aware of now. But he's under immense pressure and he's doing an incredible job. Remember that right now. So this is for our world. And it says, if the people fail to defend this claim, judgment will be ordered against the people in their absence and without further notice. Jurisdiction of the Pahar Court is on the land, common law of the people. This is not a legal jurisdiction, court filing or proceeding under Admiralty Maritime Law. The rules of civil procedure do not apply to the Pahar Court moving under common law. All legal documents placed in the Pahar Court are removed immediately as contempt of court. Okay, so that's very straightforward. Okay, it makes things very simple for people to understand. Now, Mac wrote this in here. Now, normally this is where the registrar is supposed to sign a letter, but they don't do that. Okay, so what has happened is that they attempted to make Mac file before they would accept his filing, is fill out other documentation. So we're quickly just going to go into the claim here. As you can see, these are the parties, the people that have all been, this is the prosecutor, which is Mac. These are the people, again, showing who they've been filed. They've all been served. Mac has created it in an email. He's created it in fax, and he's created also registered mail, which we're going to show you here on one of the, I can show you that slide here. I can quickly jump to. There it is right there. So these are all the email, the fax communications confirming that it went through. Okay. And then these are the registered mails. Okay. You keep a record of this because this is all evidence. They can't come into court now and say that they were not served. Okay, so they've received it again through email, through fax, and now through registered mail. Great job, Mac. Okay, you did a fantastic job on that front. And I just want everyone to know that was a lot for him to do over the weekend. Not being under the stress that he was on, but he pulled it off really, really well, especially after we had a really good day on Friday when he went to go and file. Right down to the wire, wasn't it, Mac? So let's just look at this here. So here's the claim of trespass. I, Mac of the Pahar family, now lay claim in a public courthouse to seek administration of justice under common law, trial by jury. The people named in this claim did and do trespass without right. See, that's something that I've talked about always in my communications and why this is so powerful, because this very claim that's gone to this courthouse, this is the underlying pin that the entire system is getting away with. And once we address this here with Mac or with Michael, they still have responded to Michael, they're going to want to kick this out, but they've taken a long time now. That shows you that they're very concerned at how they're going to respond on this. And this is why we need millions of people in this country right now aware of this. There's some big stuff that's coming next week that I can't allude to right now, but that's going to help myself and Jesse get this to the masses, get this to the millions of people through other contacts that are coming on board and going to be standing with us now publicly on the world stage. And this is very exciting when you're going to hear about it. So the claim is simply this. I claim, this is how you would write it out. I claim trespass. Malfeasance. Look up the word malfeasance if you don't know what that means. Court file number 3581-81476-1. That's the court file that they used when they locked him up, kidnapped him, basically trespassed against him, and were administrating property outright when he was in jail for 4 days. That's what that court file number all relates to. Also, it was the court file number that he went to court to this morning that we will talk about. The FC, the two FC numbers, those are offense notices that he was given by the service corporation actors, agents that believed that he was somehow bound to their rules or codes, and that he was somehow bound to some contract that didn't exist, which again we address here in our communication. People administrate property, I, man, Mac of the Pahar family, without right. No obligation, which means contract, exists with people or agents under their control. Remember, all the people we have listed that we're filing against, we're going after every single man and woman within this service corporation called the Government of British Columbia. Okay? And these 5 people that we've got at the top, it basically covers the majority of people that are involved in all of this. Remember, the health minister is the one that's putting all these edicts out. You've got the attorney general's office that is enforcing things with their crown agents. That's who Mac was dealing with today in the court. And then you've got the top man, John there. He's the head of this whole organization. He's ultimately responsible, no different than Justin Trudeau or Doug Ford, for every agent and officer under their control and command. Okay? So see that this keeps... says my connection's low at the moment here. Come on. It shouldn't be low. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. I guess they must be doing this to us intentionally or something. I do not understand why my bandwidth is low here, because I've got one hell of a fast fiber feed here, Paul. So this should not be doing this with this system. So obviously it does not want us to show these documents, which is awfully nice of them to do. Sorry, people. I wish they would learn to just leave us alone here so we can get these things, done. I don't know if I can press the... There it is. Okay, it's come back now. Dumb thing. Anyways, so here we are. So here's the, again, all the people have been filed against in this here as we fall down. We've done the claim. We've gone through this. No obligation contracts exist with the people or agents under their control. No obligation contract exists. Quarantine Act or any code, statutes, bylaws apply to I. See what's been written here. This applies to every man and woman listening to this in this world. That's how powerful this claim is. You don't need to have this first line number with a trespass. Everything else, points number 2 through 5, apply to all of us here when they're trying to impose these codes, these lockdowns, these rules, these regulations upon we the people. They're employers. They're the employees. So it says here, there is no verified claim filed I, trespass, cause wrong or harm to another man or woman. So there it is, rare, nice and simply there, okay? There's the 4 points that people simply need to understand. When you go to the next part of the claim, I, Mac of the Pahar family, rely upon truth, which makes the law. Without required evidence produced, number A, no man or woman is property of another man or woman. This means that they have to come forward and they got to produce the evidence that's counter to these points here. That no man or woman is property of fictions, corporations, or public servants. That no man or woman acting in any capacity can administrate property without right. Remember, it doesn't matter if they're acting as a judge, if they're acting as a police officer, if they're acting as a court clerk, if they're acting as the registrar at the court window or a bailiff. Nobody can administrate property. That's your property here without right. Okay, unless you're breaching the peace or something like that. Well, then, yes, everybody has a duty to address that man or woman that's doing it, but that is not the case here. And then it says contract, obligation makes the law between people, all right? And it does. Unless you've got a contract with people, that's the only thing that allows them to move this forward. Apologize for this. This thing is really, really, really not liking this. And then the very last line it says here is that exhibits A, B, and C attached, which we're going to address here, okay, are going to address. Come on, I wish this thing would come in here. And then at the very end, it says exhibits A, B, and C attached, which we're going to show here shortly if this computer comes back on. I will swear under oath or affirmation that all herein said be true. And under full liability and penalty of perjury, I, Man Mac of the Pahar family, place my seal thumbprint on this common law filing, public record, on this day to seek justice of said trespass as claimed. Okay? So it's very, very powerful and simply how this was written. So as we get into this here, come on, let's go. I wish this sucker would come back. These are the 3 exhibits that we're using, exhibit A, B, and C. And A, B, and C, there we go. We'll have to work on this, Paul. Totally not liking that. So anyways, this is exhibit A, all right? Exhibit A was simply, this is the release order that came from when Mac was actually released from the court, from the jail after he'd sat there for 4 days. And he talked how horrific that was. That's the first exhibit. The second exhibit is the first offense number. And then the second exhibit is the next exhibit number. And then that's it. There's the people again that are all written down. Sorry, I should move that at the bottom there. But then there's the last page of the claim. So there's your claim. It's only a total of, 5 pages, I believe it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's eight pages with the actual exhibits at the end. Now, what is this part here? Are you there, Mac?
I'm here.
Okay, so Mac,
camera.
let's tell everybody here for a second. Let's just quickly go back to, I think, see if we can share. If I get this out of the way here for a second. Let me turn it off. Okay, you want to tell everybody. So what happened was we got the documentation all created, Mac, and then now came Friday, okay? You had to go to the courthouse. First, we tried to do what to file this? How did we try? We had two options, didn't we? What were the two options to filing this?
Online or in person.
Okay, so we tried to do the online thing, didn't we?
We did. It made me register for an account. It was showing up that I could possibly submit it online. It was only showing small claims court, but to do any other filings, you needed to do an account. So I went through the process of creating an account, but then it told me I had to go in person somewhere to actually show my physical ID, whatever 2 pieces of government issue ID. Well, I'm in a time crunch and I can't do that. I got about 2 hours. I got to get to Staples, print really good quality copies and get there. So that wasn't an option. So I had to rush around in traffic and go to Staples and print it out, and having technical difficulties and, you know, all this kind of stuff.
And that just so everybody knows too, is that Mac's not alone when, you know, this particular situation happens. It happens to all of us when you're under the gun. This is the crap that happens. But Mac stead strong. He remained calm, and we got it done. So we need to explain to everybody, Mac, as we walk through this process now. So if other people are going to do this, how many copies did you make first initially? 2, right? Of the claim, yes. Yeah. You take 2 copies because the object when we go to the courthouse is that we had to get this claim filed. Why did we have to get this claim filed? Because Mac was in court today, and I wanted to make sure that he didn't walk into that court completely, you know, he can't just be going into court talking. You don't do that in your world. And I've told everybody you have absolutely no standing in their world. They're going to argue with you all your life. The only place that you have standing when you have power is in your own court. So it was important that when Mac walked into that public courthouse today, Monday, that he knew that he had that court established. So you have 2 copies made. We'll go back to Friday. He gets into the courthouse room. He's in front of the court clerk. Now, first and foremost, you were talking to the court clerk for how long before you called me?
Right away. The guy looked at the paperwork, said, I don't know if we can accept this. I have to ask my supervisor. So when he walked away, 30, 40 seconds, I called you right away because I figured there might be an issue.
Okay. And of course there was. So explain to everybody what you witnessed after that man walked away. And I'm on the phone now. You were talking to me over the phone saying that there were other people. A lot of people were starting to look at this now, kind of figure out what should we do, right?
Yeah. So he went to a desk, I guess, to talk to a supervisor. And then another man or woman, I can't remember, 3 of them were around the desk in the open area. And they talked for well over 5 minutes, between almost 10 minutes. Then they went to an office, like somebody that had their own office, and he went in there, and then a bunch of people joined him. There was maybe 5 people in that office, and they were in there for a good 10 minutes or so. And then the supervisor came out. She was very nice and pleasant and said, we can't accept it like this. You need to use our paperwork. We tried to tell him, you know, ask them. Christopher was on speakerphone.
Well, hold on, hang on, back up a sec, okay? Just remember, okay? There'd already been other communications before it, so they came back to Max stating what? That you called me and you said, Chris, that they're not going to allow this because I have to fill out the forms, okay? That was when you first contacted me. So I knew right away that they were trying to force forms on Mac to sign. Again, as I teach everybody, those forms are all, which you're going to see here in a second, are all in a legal capacity. And I've taught everyone, you do not use their forms. So what had happened here? This is the problem, okay? And it's nothing against Mac. It's Mac. This is all new to Mac, okay? Which Mac also said in front of him at the court window there, which we don't do, right, Mac? We don't let them. He knows this now, okay? You don't let them know it's like poker. You got to understand this. Until we can get all this garbage out of the way with the rules of civil procedure, it's unfortunately a poker game, and you've got to have your game together. So if Mac's not there, you say as little as possible. Pardon me, if Mac's not at that level, or if you're not at that level, then you have to say as little as possible and stand behind your paperwork, understanding that it's a public courthouse. Okay, and that you have a right to access it. So what happened is that once Matt called me, he says, Chris, he says, they're making me, I've got to use these forms or whatever. And he knew from me talking to me that we don't allow them to put anything over our claim or allow them to use any forms to change the jurisdiction. So Mac went, and he proceeded to tell me that all these meetings were going on, and we were having a little bit of a laugh, say, well, they're going to come back with something and whatever. Well, who came back was actually the court manager. Was that correct? The court clerk, the head clerk?
She was that guy's supervisor. I don't think she identified herself, but she was definitely in the supervisor or manager position.
Yeah, she was. I do not know why this is doing this, why this keeps shutting us off with our things, but this is really really frustrating. They must be doing something, but at least people can still hear us, hopefully, at least, which is good. So I'll continue talking here. So it was the manager of the court. All right, she was a supervisor that was there that oversees ultimately what gets filed into the court. And now at this time, Mac has got me on the phone. He's explaining to her that I'm the counselor, his counselor at law. He wasn't quite sure actually what to refer to me. You kind of got put on the spot there. So like I say, there were a lot of firsts that Mac had to do with under enormous pressure at that court window. But he did a great job. He remained calm. So what I worked out, and I made it crystal clear to the woman that I tried to explain to her, I said, this is a public courthouse. And she said, yes, it is. I said, well, we the people have the right, to access a public courthouse without using any of these legal forms. So the problem is that I'm on the other side of the country. Okay, I'm not there in front of them, and I can't get into an arguing match with them because it would have gone, trust me, a lot different if I had walked in there with the paperwork. That conversation where Mac went wouldn't have happened. But because when they see that the people on the other side may not quite know exactly what they're doing, and Mac helped them when he said, this is my first time doing this. He basically gave them one hell of a gift. So that's okay. So what I said, fine, I said, get the forms, provide them to Mac here. And I said, just so you know, this is what we're going to do. I says, I'm going to write across the top of this form that I use this form only for the ease of court clerk filing purposes. Okay? It's important you understand that. So let me show people this is what we actually did. And God bless, it was great because what happened is as soon as that Mac got these forms, he went around the corner. He didn't have a place to sit. He had to sit on the floor in there, I guess because of all the COVID crap, eh Mac?
That's
and
right.
He took pictures of these forms so that I could see what they were because they're different. They're basically the same shtick in every province and every country that you go to, right? But at the end of the day, you got to read them. You got to see what they say. So this is what they actually, had here. Okay, so everybody can see it. So here's the form here that Mac was given. All right. Now, as you can see, he writes at the top here, I use this form only for the ease of court clerk filing purposes. Of course, you can see after we did what we're going to show you here, they stamped it. No problem, didn't they, Mac? They didn't even look at what we had written down. They didn't care. All they cared about was that the form was used in order for them to proceed to move it to the next stage. Is that correct, Mac?
That's right. Yeah.
That's right. So see, don't get your knickers in a knot, people out there, okay? Remember, you're there to move your claim and filing into that public courthouse, and we take one step at a time. That's the most important thing. You remain calm, but you ensure that you get that into the courthouse no matter what. So they want to use forms. Well, this is how you address it. When you write, I use this form only for the ease of court clerk filing purposes, at the very top of every pages we've done here, that negates, it invalidates anything else that's on the page. You're telling them, hey, I'm just using this for Bob or Susie at the courtroom because, well, for some reason, they think that I have to use a form, but I guess it helps them in their back end better get the filing into their system. So you know what? We're not here to rock the boat. That's what I said to the woman, didn't I, Mac? I'm not here to cause any conflict, okay? I remained honorable at all times, talked to her, killed her with kindness, right? Told her, thank her very much. We really appreciate this. It's important what we're doing here. And the staff was absolutely wonderful. But see, they've got registered in their head that they got to use their forms. So as you can see here, as we started getting into this, I had Matt cross out, this is supposed to be, again, it's like the form that you would use online, and then you would make your claim for someone who doesn't know what they're doing normally. But the lawyers, they fill it out exactly as my claim is on that you've seen below, but they didn't want to do this at this courthouse. That's fine because, they weren't sure. Obviously, they had a problem understanding my paperwork, not realizing that it doesn't matter whether they understand it or not. A man's property, his claim has come into this public courthouse, and they have a duty and obligation to see that that process moves forward. See, they were actually going to deny this man a right to access the courthouse unless he used these forms. And if Mac used these forms and we didn't write on them in the capacity that we did, even though we didn't address every little thing on these pages, all right, they would have used these forms to drag him into a legal world because that's what these forms are all based on as we're going to read it here. So you write that across the top, right? And it asks for all the stuff between that. No. See, filing, we crossed out plaintiff, we crossed out defendants, right? We write prosecutor, people. just like it looks at our clerk. If we had more time, I would have had him write, but see, you don't have enough time for all this crap in their world, and who cares? Our claims behind it, we're just going to use this form for the ease of their court clerk filing purposes. So once you start reading down, you know, it says this action has been started by, it says the plaintiff. See, there's a legal world. For the relief set out in part 2 below. Well, no, it's a man. We crossed out the rule 222-3 of the Supreme Court. Civil rules applies in all forms. Applies in all forms or to all filings, right? So see, here what we have in Ontario, it's the rules of civil procedure in which I've drilled down on, okay? Here at this court, which I didn't know because I didn't see their forms ahead of time, but it doesn't matter. I've claimed in Mac's paperwork here, it's the rules of civil procedure. They write it up as the Supreme Court rules applies, okay? Well, it's the same thing. Who wrote those rules, right? It's another man or woman that's working for the service corporation. Does that man or woman come forward and claim that Mac is property or I property or Michael property or any other man or woman hearing this? No. Back to that very first thing we talked about. Words on a piece of paper do not control a man or woman. So that's why, again, you have to draw this out. So we basically just skimmed through this. This is brutal for me to read like this. I apologize. But I'm in the small screen, so I don't have to see ugly mug with these dollar glasses. So you can see we didn't do anything else down here, you know, because we wrote at the top. Then we go to page 2. I use this form only for the ease of court clerk filing purposes. All right. Again, he crossed off claim of a man. Part 1 statement. Now, this we walk through. Using numbered paragraphs, set out a concise statement of the material facts giving rise to the plaintiff's claim. Remember, I tell everyone, and I'm trying to share and show everyone, and the importance, and now I'm showing you in real time the proof, the evidence, and the facts, that when truth is present, very few words are required. Most people would write a lot of stuff in here. We didn't have to when you understand the power of a few words. So when it says, set out a concise statement of the material facts giving rise to the plaintiff's claim. Again, we don't have to cross it out. We already crossed off plaintiff a man. So what? We missed it there. We're just trying to assist them at this time because we know there's going to be a man or woman in the black robe that's going to be reading this, okay? So it says trespass, and the second part is administrating property without right. How many times have you seen that? The relief sought, restoration of property, trial by jury to address any and all punitive. That's pretty simple, eh? Part 3, legal basis. Nope, it's lawful. And then using the paragraphs, a concise summary of the lawful, cross out legal, basis on which the man does rely. See, they had it in which the plaintiffs intends to rely, okay? 1, property administrated without right. 2, trespass without obligation contract. Boy, isn't that simple, right? And then you look at, so you have to learn how to read through these when you see the words that they're putting down in front of you. Again, I just did this for the benefit of the man wearing the black robe that's going to see this as the form being submitted along with our claim or being filed with it to help further give him, you know, a heads up before he gets into my claim and you really punch him between the eyes, so to speak, with the truth. So it goes down to the next part. He crossed off plaintiffs, prosecutors address for service, because that's what he was doing. Fax number address for service, it's all in our filing. The place of trial, we put that in there. It's very simple. Again, he writes on the next part of the form page, I use this form only for the ease of court clerk filing. Well, he forgot the purposes that time, but that's okay. I guess we were in a rush there. And then he signed his name. You put the word NA here. See how he puts a square bracket? Okay. That means that anything that exists within here doesn't actually exist on the page. And we further hammer it home because the NA stands for non-assumpti. Okay, look that up. I told you that last week, so you'll learn what that is and why we apply that there. And then he writes underneath what that signature represents is IMAC of the Pahar family. Oh.
All right. Break.
Pokies, gnocchis, raviolis, and the You coward, be damned to hell.
Boring, boring. Okay.
She was pretending her only child. You coward, be damned to hell. You did not shoot her. You are a murderer. You did not shoot her. You are a murderer. You coward, be damned to hell. You did not shoot her. You are a murderer. You did not shoot her. You are a murderer. You coward, be damned to hell.
Think you're pretty, not on the inside. Think you're pretty, not on the inside. Think you're better, you probably are. Think you're better, you probably are. I will be the demon slayer, I will slay the slayers. I will be the demon slayer, I will slay the slayers. Then she doesn't drink me dry, us behind while she lies. Then she doesn't drink me dry, us behind while she lies. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. You think you're hot, you totally not. You think you're hot, you totally not. You're so conceited, yes you are. You're so conceited, yes you are. I will be the demon slayer, I will slay the slayers. I will be the demon slayer, I will slay the slayers. Then she doesn't drink me dry, I see behind while she lies. Then she doesn't drink me dry, I see behind while she lies. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. You think you're pretty, not on the inside. You think you're pretty, not on the inside. You think you're better, you probably are. You think you're better, you probably are. I will be the demon slayer, I will slay the slayers. I will be the demon slayer, I will slay the slayers. Then she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. Then she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind.
Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it!
There I am. There I am.
Death Starters United. Death Starters United. Great gods. Great gods. Builders are taking over. Builders are taking over. Will you fight? Will you fight? You must choose a side. You must choose a side. Will you be their slaves? Will you be their slaves? Slaves! Line! 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 Release me! Release me! Release me! Release!
Me and this lady talked for like 2 hours. Or an hour.
No! You torture my soul. You torture my soul.
All right, good times, good times. I like the colors in here. I like the green. This is supposed to be my green screen. I ever figure that out. Welcome to Lady Lacy Show. I think I'm about done. I might come back later, but I need a break. I love you guys, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Thanks for the donations. You know, and I love you guys. Have a good night.